I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and this is Sustainable Saturday. We are in the midst of a sustainable world where many of us are wondering how are we going to survive. Our life is completely upended. Many of you are not traveling to the places you normally go. You're cutting back on your cruises. But the good news is Disneyland is still showing record crowds. Thanks, Wardo. Disneyland is still getting people to come right on in and enjoy the park. They're disinfecting everything. Believe it or not, people are still going to Disneyland. In fact, the numbers are up right now, which is amazing. So bear in mind, as we adapt to this new way of living, where we have about 3 to 6 feet of space between each other, America is learning a new way of life. This is the new normal. Shelley likes McDonald's so much, nothing will keep her from McDonald's. She'll go there and get her Big Macs regardless of this situation. So people are still doing their daily normal activity, which is great. The problem is we all have to self-regulate. We all have to self-quarantine if we have any sign of a flu coming. Even if you don't have a sign of the flu coming and you've been in contact, like Ted Cruz, he was in contact with a couple people. Senator Ted Cruz thought he was going to get out 2 days ago. After 9 days of quarantine, he's back in it because they found out he talked to somebody else who got it. So Ted Cruz will be quarantined for another couple weeks. He and his wife. Ivanka is self-quarantining. She was near somebody, but she's not infected. Donald Trump has taken a test, and it came out negative. It raises the question, he's been doing nothing but shaking hands every day. Does he have the cure? We don't know.
Also, this coming just less than 24 hours after that same White House physician put out a letter detailing why President Trump would not be getting a coronavirus test. kind of baffling stuff. I believe we have Kristen Holmes at the White House now.
Yeah.
Is that right? And
Hi.
Kristen, I mean, this is great news. Happy to hear that President Trump is healthy and that he's fine. Still sort of baffling that the White House isn't providing more of an explanation for this, more of a timetable. Kind of brings to mind questions about the management of all of this and messaging in a crisis.
Well, that's absolutely right. And, we just talked about this just moments ago. The idea that there's been an escalation, not just in the response by the administration to coronavirus across the board, declaring of a national emergency, but also to the precautions that have been taken around President Trump. I mean, we've seen him for days. We've asked, is he going to get a test? We've seen person after person that he's come into some sort of contact with then test positive for coronavirus, or people that he's very close to being in very close proximity to people who then test positive. And the more we ask, the more President Trump continued to say, well, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. I'm going to keep shaking hands. I'm going to keep being in proximity to people. Well, it clearly shows that that has changed. There has been an escalation here in taking extra precaution when it comes to President Trump, including this idea of taking the coronavirus test.
So he's not leading by example. Don't do as I do, do as I say. That's a pretty serious thing. Yeah, so we just uncovered an amazing theory. Just came in this thing. Very weird. Yeah, and I'm going to play it for you. This is Michael Rockefeller. Yeah. Did he meet his end at the hands of a native tribe? He passed away many years ago. But the weirdest conspiracy theory is popping up that, Tom Hanks looks just like this guy. And watch this morphing of his face. Watch this morphing of his face. It is exactly the same face as Michael Rockefeller, just age enhanced. Isn't that weird? Yeah. Now, Tom Hanks and his wife have been sequestered or quarantined. They are positive for the coronavirus. But isn't this interesting? And some people have alleged that Tom Hanks is some sort of a pedo. The word on the internet is, but there's no proof of any of that. He has a very weird collection of photographs on Twitter of shoes that are isolated, left all alone. And he can't really explain why he takes pictures of one shoe. And he has a library of all these shoes that are all alone, like someone was abducted. Thank you. So this is very interesting. Thank you for presenting that to me at iVlog. Appreciate it. We've got a couple chat rooms rolling along. I'm responding to a couple people over in chat at, okay, Josie. Yeah, we've got people wondering, is this biological warfare? We've been tracking all kinds of information on the globe. Numerous stories are popping up. Yeah. Now, as you know, China admitted at one point that this started in a open air animal market. Yeah. All of you should wash your hands regularly and don't touch your face. Right? And don't stand too close to anybody. Just to be on the safe side. Everyone across the country and around the globe needs to keep their distance. We don't know, Alec. We don't know. I just know that Tom Hanks looks a heck of a lot like, identical to Michael Rockefeller, the late Michael Rockefeller. Okay, in lieu of that, a Chinese diplomat promotes a conspiracy theory that the U.S. military brought the coronavirus to Wuhan, even though they announced that it started in an open-air market with weird bats and bat soup. Yes, Stormy, you can touch your body part. You're safe. You can give yourself a reach around if you want. It won't hurt yourself. You're not going to self-contaminate yourself. Well, Not Signed In said, how did Italy screw up so bad with the COVID-19? Italy is a very touchy-feely nation. I don't know if you've ever seen people, Italians, that actually gather in public, but typically the men kiss each other. Oh yeah, it's very common. I'm not saying they're gay. I'm just saying it's very touchy-feely. All of Italians are very close. So granted, it's going to spread faster in that type of culture. Thanks. Interview with a counterintelligence perspective on the Wuhan virus, a Zionist biowar false flag attack? That's interesting. Okay, we'll look at that. Thanks, Max. Okay, an Iranian researcher may have found a cure. Okay, now look at that too. U.S. may have the cure, but is waiting to release it in order to profit. Interesting, that's an Iranian theory. So China is now blaming the U.S. Okay, even though it started in Wuhan, they're claiming we're behind it. Very weird story. I'm a little concerned that China's covering everything up. Now, their assistant ambassador just yelled at our ambassador, and we're dealing with this as kind of like a, okay, what are we going to do now? Processing the information. But he was claiming that we weren't transparent when they haven't shown or let anyone into the Wuhan area from the World Health Organization or any outside source. Instead, we go to a live cam of Wuhan, and it's not pretty. The entire buildings are empty. This was the 1,000-person hospital that they constructed to house all these people. I don't see anybody here. We saw a couple of people walk around recently. This looks more like a cover-up. Like, what did they do? The place is pretty much covered up, empty. It could be a morgue. That's right. If they're inside, they're probably all dead. So if China's saying everything's under control, but they don't want to let anyone into their country, I don't trust a word they say. I'm sure the cure will have substances that will mess up your body. I'm with you, guest 834. I don't trust any vaccines. I don't trust, yeah, same Shelley. Shelley says don't get the flu shot. Dave, I had no idea that there was a Chinese biolab. Oh, a Russian biolab had an explosion in September? I didn't know about that. Michigan governor is flirting with invoking martial law using the virus as an excuse to power grab. Wow. Thanks for telling me, guest 962. It is. It is a power grab. This is the primary motivation here. I trusted the pneumonia vaccine only because the test results were showing positive results for old people. I don't trust any vaccines after what I just heard. Yeah, it's pretty seriously messed up when HEK293T cells were found in the vaccines. These are coming from aborted fetuses. In no way would I trust a vaccine that came from a cell that had aborted fetuses attached to it. So look at this simple fact that this HEK293T is a human cell line. It comes from an aborted fetus's kidney. And what is strange about it is it opens up and expresses a mutant version of the SV40 antigen, cancer-causing antigen. They're injecting cancer-causing antigens in vaccines. This was my fear all along. Even my mother, who was a nurse, used to distrust vaccines. She not only was a nurse, she was a teacher of nursing and a master's degree. And she'd never trusted vaccines. She always said, I'm beginning to think that it could be causing cancer, David. Yeah, and this is back in the early 80s. Yeah, Steve McQueen was quite a guy. I look a little bit like Steve McQueen. I had a unique experience with McQueen's executive secretary for 25 years. Steve McQueen's executive secretary was a lesbian. And I chatted with her for about a half an hour. She was the first woman in the world to contract AIDS, and she died of it. I had a chance to talk to her in the early 80s. But yeah, I look a little bit like Steve McQueen, yeah. I can see a similarity. He was shorter than I am, of course, but it's that rugged look. You know, it's that chiseled look, the rugged face, right? Steve McQueen and I have the same deep eyebrows and very similar face. Wait a second. Am I Steve McQueen? We shall see. Oh my gosh. I look just like the guy. That is weird. Thanks for saying that. Okay, moving on. I'm just kidding. I'm sure I look like a lot of people. No, I'm not a race car driver. He wasn't as handsome as me. That's very kind of you. Hey, as you all know, I will be the president in 2020. I hope you are aware of that. It's just a question of you have to actually help promote me. I'm being censored heavily in America, And they put out two veritable perverts and liars as the Republican and Democratic leaders. And there's no two better perverts and liars to run against than Donald Trump and Joe Biden. So I'm really in a good place. Being not a pervert and not a liar, I think I stand a chance to win. Yeah, I will be the president in 2020, yeah. It's just a question of getting my name out there. We've got 8 months to do it. It shouldn't be that difficult. Avoid public transportation. Avoid using public transportation. Thank you. I will. Let's take a look at Times Square right here. We got a chat room going on in the background. But this is a late night. You know, it's 9 o'clock at night, but usually it's a party in Times Square. But you can see people are mulling around, very hesitant to get too close to each other. I'm seeing it generally 2 to 3 feet away from most people, and you see groups of people flocking, you know, as far away as they can so that nobody gets near anybody. Okay. You think they put huge pipes in to flush the bodies out, Reptoid? Do you think they're melting the bodies at that location in Wuhan? Yeah. How would they get rid of the bodies? Because there's no incinerator there that we can notice. Stay away from others as much as possible. You should stay in a specific room and away from other people in your home, as you should use a separate bathroom if available. Yeah, I agree. Always wipe down between each uses too. Dave, if you want, I can run Oppo research on you before the primary. You don't need to. There are no skeletons in the closet, Alec. My life is pretty much the most transparent life anyone could have. I mean, my sister sued me in court. Everyone knows that. Over the inheritance. We all know that happened. We've since settled our differences, and I still talk to my sister. It just so happens my father, being a Norwegian, decided to give his home, his asset, to his son, who took care of him every day of his life. I spent 25 years caring for my father. I got an extended lifespan out of the guy by simply moving up here and giving him a great life. They gave him a year to live in 1986, my father. Yeah. And I moved up in 88. My father and I just said, we got to get a plan. We can't live in Los Angeles. Yeah, it does. It does, doesn't it? 834, thank you. We can't live in Los Angeles. I was stuck there for 35 years, and my father and I put together a plan. We finally sold our house way under value compared to today's house. The house that my father had down there would it be worth $900,000 now? We had to sell it for way under 300, just under 300. So we sold at a loss, but we moved up to Washington where the values were great, and we could own our own. My father was able to get out of debt finally after all his years working, 45 years, and it turned out it was a very beneficial thing for him because he literally was given a year to live in 86 with cancer. My father had experienced a reaction to Roundup. He had a horrible reaction 2 years earlier from Roundup. First time it was on the market, and he delivered. I would never have bought the product, but I was away that day, and my father said, "Well, I got to get rid of this terrible oxalis." He kept talking about the weeds that were growing in the dichondra that he put in. So he got Roundup, unbeknownst to me. I came home that night, and my father was laying in his bed, just writhing in pain with the worst headache he'd ever had, after he delivered it without an air mask on. I know I'm digressing, but you talked about skeletons in my closet. Well, let me talk about my dad, who's now, in the grave because of what he did. Anyway, the Roundup exposure led to headaches for 4 days, in which he could barely deal with the headaches. It was horrible. And then came the backaches. And then came the doctor, the urologist, saying, "Mr. Sponheim, you have an enlarged prostate." And the doctor saying, "Oh, well, we've got a fix for it, Mr. Sponheim. We can go ahead and give you a TURP, a transurethral resection of the prostate, and it'll shrink your prostate and take away your symptoms for the most part." Well, they cut right into the prostate, and immediately, once you cut into the prostate, you get necrosis. Blood doesn't like that. Your body doesn't like to be ripped into, by the way. He had that done like most men do based on urologist recommendations. And lo and behold, within a year, that led to cancer, adenocarcinoma, and he had to go in for radiation treatment. Long story short is they killed the cancer in the prostate with radiation. My father was one of the first to use this technology. He then went on to live 12, 13 more years in a nice place. But only because of good quality diet and excellent services. But what had happened was the cancer had seeded on his spine and it killed him in the long run. Once the cancer's in your bloodstream, it can land on the bone and cause bone cancer. So that finally got my dad. But my father died from exposure to Roundup in my mind, and my mother died of exposure to Vioxx, which we now know is a dangerous drug, can trigger heart attacks. So all of this stuff, having lost my parents to the pesticide industry and the herbicide industry, and also my mother to the big farm industry, I feel compelled to explain this to people and expose this terrible environment that we're forced to endure. Yeah. Video streaming. We're just looking at Times Square right now. Nothing happening. We can go to the coronavirus board if you want. Now, I did something earlier in the show. You see how fast this is going? No one could ever read this, right? I Control A and Control C, and I grab it. And I put it in a notepad. Okay? I did this earlier for everyone to watch, and it's very interesting to read, because you could never read this chat here. Yes, I think the U.S. should cancel its participation in the Olympics right now until we resolve this problem. That's why I totally support Donald Trump's decision to shut down international travel, because it was my idea 8 weeks prior, and he finally got around to my idea, which cost our country a tremendous amount of loss of life, because he waited 8 weeks to come up with my idea. Now, you'd think a guy who's been copying me on ideas for the past 5 or 6 years would say, oh, David said I should have a total shutdown of traffic. He would have done that, but he didn't do it. He waited. Big mistake. Okay, so here are the people talking here. Crystal Myth says, Morgan, it's scary. 157,000 cases, 5,800 dead. By the time this hits 300,000, it'll be triple this. When that hits 600,000, more than 25,000 might be dead. Well, 250,000 people die a year on average of the flu, so why are we all freaking out? I'm trying to read Petulant Child, but I'm not seeing anything new out of Petulant Child, so unless Petulant Child starts exposing more problems that I can't read, I won't ban that person, okay? You just saw a guy walk into a building and truck drive by? Okay, I'm sure you did. Yeah, there were a couple people in the Wuhan photographs. Okay, I'll ban them. No, he's not in the room anymore. He got out. Okay. Okay, let's read more of this. People are talking like a mile a minute. I'm speed reading and pulling up any stories that look pretty good. It's expected to go fatal for 2.2 to 3.2% affected, yes. It is interesting to note that the number of deaths in China typically is no higher than a standard flu death. Yet everyone's completely absurdly upset. Jizzy Production says, eat raw garlic as much as you can, guys. I heard that this is, one lady said, get hot water and put garlic in it. I would say get hot water and put garlic and fresh ginger in it, let it soak, and eat the garlic and the ginger, yeah. If you're experiencing symptoms, garlic and ginger are your safest things to build your immune system and help fight other infections in your body. How long will it last? Some people have to work. I'm just reading what I could normally. The key to survive coronavirus is to stay here in this chat as long as you can, then sleep, eat, and come back. Okay, despite over 1,400 deaths, Mike TV Jr. says nearly 2,000 Italians have recovered. But the sports world is fortunate that Rome didn't submit an application to host the Summer Olympics 7 years ago. Exactly. All right, so Tokyo is still debating what they're going to do with the Olympics. We'll get to that later, but yeah. People say that it's a good time for young investors, as if young people have money to invest and those who are involved in investing are being screwed more. It's always nice. Okay. Yesterday, the ordered green beans came. It was fried in 2 portions, but once succeeded and once destroyed. My arm hurts so much. Woohoo! Wow. So we don't know if the people in Wuhan are getting deliveries. We don't. They could be, missing out on deliveries here. What's this? Joint Russian-Chinese weapons could soon be headed to battlefields near you. Oh, how nice. Yeah. Don't you want to talk about World War III on top of the pandemic? Yeah. You have no idea what's going on. Bob Ross. You're watching me under the bed. Yes. David, I'm drinking away reality again. Yeah, you should stop drinking that. Drink garlic water. Garlic ginger water. Yeah, that's going to be my remedy to people. Somebody said, an official said, oh, don't listen to these conspiracy theories that water will help prevent this disease. Whatever. How can water not help prevent a disease? I mean, everyone knows that if you drink water when you have the flu, it helps rinse your body through. David, I'm working 6 jobs right now just to make ends meet. From Broadway shows, commercials, Saturday Night Live, movies, and of course my philanthropy. Alec, why are you in this position? Alec Baldwin, everybody, our celebrity chatter. Thanks for coming in, man. Let me just finish reading this. I live in London and everyone has gone into self-isolation. Businesses like bars have space requirements and events have stopped. Not much more you can do. Exactly. 13 recovered in Poland. Yeah. All right. Well, we got one message earlier in our chat that was very strange. I was in the pre-show doing the same thing, looking at the chat up close and personal. This is just kind of a hobby I do. I'll do it again later tonight. But one person said that Taiwan has 5,000 cases and it's not showing up. Yeah, big cover-up. Oh yeah, Scarface, Al Pacino. Resemblance, really, wow. I do look a lot like Al Pacino, you're right. Same coloring. Yes, we saw the story about the Chinese official spreading the conspiracy theory and blaming it on the U.S. Army. Yeah. We're getting tired of that conspiracy that they're pushing. CBS News.
Is dominating the news yet again in California. The remaining passengers on the Grand Princess cruise ship will leave and go into quarantine today. At least 21 people on board have tested positive for the coronavirus, and at least 2 passengers are now suing the cruise line.
Meanwhile, Wall Street is looking to bounce back from a 2,000-point loss in the Dow Jones Industrial Average. That is the biggest single-day point drop of all time. And Italy has ordered nationwide travel restrictions and banned public gatherings after the number of reported cases there grew to more than 9,000, more than any.
Okay, Italy is still facing a number of problems, one of the worst countries affected, besides China. A Chinese official is accusing the American military of bringing the coronavirus to Wuhan, the Chinese city where the virus originated. Li Jianzhao, a spokesperson for Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs, tweeted out the conspiracy theory as the U.S. lawmakers continue to fault China's handling of the outbreak. So they're running a campaign to blame us. Zhao shared a clip of CDC Director Dr. Robert Redfield's testimony during the House Oversight Committee hearing from Wednesday. In the video, Redfield had said some patients who were thought to have died of influenza were posthumously diagnosed with coronavirus, which has some similar symptoms as the flu. Okay. Zhao apparently believes this is enough reason to be suspicious. Yeah, people die of the flu all the time, Zhao. We didn't have it ahead of you. But CDC was caught on the spot. Zhao wrote in the tweet, "When did patient 0 begin in the U.S.? How many people are infected? What are the names of the hospitals? It might be U.S. Army who brought the epidemic to Wuhan. Be transparent. Make public your data. U.S. owe us an explanation. I mean, really, considering China won't let anyone from the World Health Organization into the Wuhan area, you're telling us to be transparent? They got this guy, he's like an attack dog, Li Jianzhao. He's basically running rhetoric into the middle of the international community now, blaming us for what clearly happened in Wuhan. Now, from all the data that I've gathered, we have a link set up for all of you, and it's a Flipboard link. It's just a place I stick this stuff, and I'm going to give you a link to the site. So if any of you want to check out a lot of the articles that are going to be coming in regarding the scientific aspect of this, thanks, Alec. Well, you're a great actor. We love all the work you've done. I wish you well. You got to stop spending money, Alec. Yeah, the best way to cut back on your workload is to stop spending money. Yeah, I'm not telling you, to stop working. I'm just saying stop spending money. Okay, I know your wife wants, after the yoga, she wants her face and hands done, and of course that takes a lot of money. Okay, moving on. You don't have to do that anymore because she has to avoid the flu. Yeah, these are all really good stories. Here's a bioweapons expert saying the coronavirus is a biological warfare weapon, which our president has not done. So that's Corona Info right there. I'm putting the site. This is a story that almost looks like it's unbelievable. It almost looks like the Chinese government was trying to pitch some conspiracy theory themselves when one of their officials allegedly wrote that this was a weapon designed by the Chinese government that was so lethal and deadly that they had to hide it from everybody. But the CIA wanted a sample, so they met in an open meat market, and there was a big fight and 12 people died. That's a summation of the article. But they also said in the article, in the Chinese section, if you do the translation, that there are no nuclear weapons. So, hard to believe this article right here. No coincidence. Shock claim coronavirus entered U.S. after Wuhan lab scientists defected. Interesting. There is some possibility that there was a work being done by Harvard scientists with 2 national Chinese people that were caught and detained at the border at Logan Airport in November. I'm not going to rule that China is correct or not correct about this. I don't want to name them and blame them right now. I was doing that yesterday and it's very counterproductive. No need for mods right now, thank you. You already went through your drugs for a week? Okay. Okay. I think ice is melting, regardless. Misanthropy wants to know if my stream is live or recorded. It's all live, Bob. And you're welcome to come in the back of the room, Misanthropy. I didn't, kick you out of the room. All right. I never harbor any grudges against it. When I say something, it's very blunt. But it was just commenting about, the genuine cynicism many of you have. It's not the end of the world to be cynical. Here's another couple stories that you get at the link. Bill Gates is connected to the Pirbright Institute, which owns the patent on the coronavirus. That's very interesting. This is how testing failures allowed coronavirus to sweep the U.S. and how the Trump administration's decision to forego a World Health Organization test and create its own fateful consequences, experts say. So this is another good story right here on the left. All these stories are top-notch right here. Suffice to say, there's DNA matching that of AIDS. Very strange. Genomes are matching AIDS, which was a man-made virus set. It has HIV-like mutations, which allow it to attack human cells. And the Chinese scientists have concluded that you need to spend at least 21 days in isolation, not 14 like the CDC is still saying. The Dow spot is betting nuts. Okay, yeah, the Dow is going to be all over the place on Monday. Well, you can come on back in, Imprez, yeah. Well, we won't all be dead by then, no. Not unless my conspiracy theory, my worst case scenario pops up. That's Randy Duke. Okay. There's some people who can't find toilet paper. And there's other people who are stocking up on, knowing the government is up to something, they're stocking up on ammo. Yeah, so there's all kinds of people on different levels preparing for what's to come, if it's to come. Thanks for sharing. Do I ever feel like the American... No, I'm not gay. You know, I'm not like him. David, this is the Wuhan facility you were talking about earlier. Oh, okay. Yeah, I have a copy of the live photographs of it, yes. Yeah, we have another copy of this facility. Anyway, let me get back to the regular show here. Russia's to copy China and build a new hospital to deal with the coronavirus. Russia is very quiet on this matter. They don't want to release any information, kind of like China. China refuses to release any information. So they're doing a little construction outside of the hospital. Let's assume that the hospital is in fact open, that they're actually treating patients there. Okay? Yeah, this is pretty good. But there's nobody to be seen except these people carting, you know, bodies outside of the building. We would have to assume that these canisters that they're carrying is either medical waste or their bodies being carted out of the building. You don't know what they're doing? They're fixing the images? Well, that's suspicious. Why they're fixing the images is a little weird. What are they covering up? Ventilation and airborne diseases contracts will be huge in months, creating more jobs. Yes, sure. You'll be installing HEPA filters in cargo areas. Mad Dog, I don't think that's an appropriate question to ask in a political chat show. Yeah, thank you. And I have a personal relationship with the Lord. You're not invited. All right. So Russia's rushing to copy China building a hospital, but the hospital doesn't look to have many people in it that I can tell. Again, I'll purge you and I'll mute you if you continue to ask religious questions in the show. How did we miss this opportunity? Oh yeah, sure. This woman's going to try to sell plungers. Yeah. Yeah, who doesn't want this chance to buy as many plungers as possible? Yeah, that's pretty sad, isn't it? Okay, we got a lot of stories to process here. I don't wear a wig. This is my real hair. You scared to play what? I'm not scared to play anything. Just don't talk about religion here. Leon Russell, I get monetized. I can't record that. That would be an instant monetization on YouTube. I don't know what the plungers are for, and I didn't want to ask. The lady looked like she was having a personal moment with herself. Anyways, suffice to say, this is a great link. If you haven't had a chance to look at information that's very in-depth, this is great stuff. Corona Info. I've constructed this link just for you. I'm not famous, no. I'm world famous, but I'm not famous in America. I can still walk city blocks and they don't say, hey, Dave, that's you. Wait, they haven't totally demonetized you on YouTube? The fact is, I don't monetize. If I play any music at all, they'll monetize it. They automatically monetize any music I play. We get reports anytime we upload a video with any kind of music. Sarah played environmental music from a forest last week. They monetized it. And they claim this is how they make money. So I prefer not being monetized because we don't make a penny on the internet. We're not allowed to. We contacted the FEC a long time ago, Federal Election Commission, and they didn't even know anyone had even bothered to try to build a political movement. They acted like they'd never ever heard anyone try to do this. And we asked if internet money was allowed. They said that we'd have to route it through their office to really verify it, but if it's written from a corporation, they're not allowed to give you any money. So technically I can't get money from AdSense anyway, to still be a legitimate political movement trying to form. And to get my David John Sponheim for President committee off the ground, I needed a lot of funds. Technically, we don't have to even write down information. If we had never ever filed any reports, we never met the threshold of $5,000 a year. I never got 5,000 donations in 1 year. We only got a total of somewhere around 3,500 donations overall. And since we moved to Vaughan, we've been censored so hard here that no one's donated, hardly at all, except for a couple people. Metanemesis got me a tie. That's pretty cool. But that was a gift. I've been following that tag since January, and he was right. The model of the prediction of the Dow. Okay. Yeah. And the Candlefly Online is the person you're following. And he predicted that the Dow would get down to 14,500. That was my estimate I made. I made the same assessment. I didn't say 3.5 million people would die, though. Yeah, I made that same assessment when I started economic collapse. I said that the Dow would get to 15,000. But I'm at the point now where I believe the Dow will bottom out at around 18,000 in April. I believe that. And I believe, no, I don't think 14,500 is, no. It's highly unlikely with the inflation and the buoyancy of the inflation that's already happened that the Dow will go below 15,000. But when it gets to 18, I think it's a buy time for a lot of people. I think we'll have a respite and we'll be able to see more profits grow at that point. But if we get hit with another whammy, another double whammy, it's very likely the Dow will drop below 18. But I'm revising my estimate at 18,000. But the Dow's doing very well considering it had a big day, 1985 up on Friday. Yeah, big time. Big time boost. So we're really back in good territory right now. I don't have the fears that I had when the Dow was dropping as much earlier, but we will be seeing more drops. All right. He didn't do anything. Sensei James was a total jerk. Sensei James was an egomaniac who thought he was hot crap. Sensei James used to brag about all the cool things he used to do, like beating up Steven Seagal. So he's not a cool guy. I didn't want Sensei James. I actually was glad I ended my relationship with Sensei James. Yeah. I didn't like going to his dojo. It was horrible. Put up a title for the stream. We've seen pictures of the emergency hospital in Wuhan, Bob. It's not that big of a deal. Hi, Sarah.
Hello.
Russia is starting to put together a plan to build a hospital like China. Now, Russia's very quiet about how many people have been infected there. Thanks. I'm glad you're praying for us. I'll pray for you, too. Moscow City Mayor Sergei Sobyanin ordered the construction of a hospital 40 miles southwest of the Kremlin.
I think it's an excellent idea. I mean,
Yeah.
It doesn't hurt to be prepared.
Right.
I mean, it would be great if they only have 34 cases ever, but it's highly unlikely. And so I think it's a really great idea.
Here's a picture of the Wuhan hospital, the 1,000-person hospital, and they seem to be covering up something.
What do you mean?
Well, there's all these boxes that are going in the ground here at the top of the screen. And they're moving all kinds of bins that could carry bodies out of here. Yeah, there's a lot of activity here, and this is live from Wuhan, the emergency hospital, We've got other photographs of this hospital, which actually, this is a similar picture. I guess this is the same feed. And there's not a lot that we can say about this area they're digging. Yeah, but they seem to be digging and putting things in the ground. And
Well, I'm sure there's at the very minimum, there's a lot of garbage from cleaning factors. I mean, we normally wash our hands, but we stepped up our hand washing procedure and probably quadrupled the amount of like napkins that we were throwing, like paper towels we were throwing away. So
right. Yeah,
I think, at the very least, they could be burying trash. They could be installing, preparing for even more, installing something like a septic system. I'm like let's believe everything is positive and it's going in the right direction rather than, jumping to
and I haven't even released my unified conspiracy theory. I'm going to wait a little bit and tell you guys later, because I don't really want to ignore the possibilities. I want to look at all of them. So I'll be talking about that later. Okay?
Thank you, Mad Dog. The thing is that I might have some time where I'm in self-isolation. They still say you can go on private walks on the beach.
Yeah.
So I would be doing that, utilizing that. I always said that I don't have time to do that. Well, now I might. Probably not. I mean, they are definitely still going to have responsibilities that I've got to do. So we will see.
Here's a man who's put together his game plan. Well, it's just a way of filtering air, and he's constructed a fantastic idea.
I just love the quote that goes with that meme, or the words. Finally figured out why people were buying all the toilet paper.
Yeah. And the toilet paper makes a great air filter, for those of you who want to know.
Except, the holes, I don't know about that, but
I don't have any clue as to how he's doing this, but it certainly seems innovative. Yeah. All right. Let's take a look. A joint military operation going on by the Russian and Chinese weapons. I don't want to talk about that because it's even more disturbing.
Well, the thing is, Hot Rails, that David stays up so late with you all. So that's why he needs to sleep. He needs his 8 hours of sleep, and 8 hours of sleep. Well, gee, if he goes to sleep at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning,
I wake up at 10 a.m. usually. That's usually my wake up time. So, Dave, China blowing coronavirus into the air, caught by U.S. bioweapon. Okay, thank you. This is what I was going to talk about. Okay, thank you.
I think that's a greenhouse growing operation, and that has nothing to do with coronavirus.
Well, let's show people what it is. It's blowing in the wind, as Bob Dylan used to say.
It actually could even be a desalination thing. I mean, people can add any kind of thing to whatever they want.
Yeah, they could. It seems a little suspicious, I'll tell you that. But I'll get to my unified conspiracy theory in a little bit. I'm putting it all together.
And Hot Rails, I like the peace and quiet in the morning.
Now, Steve says, how are you going to deal with people with no toilet paper, Dave? And we've got a simple solution, okay? You leave the toilet area and go to the shower area and rinse off. Okay? Problem solved. Thank you.
And then, or you do what they did in the old days and have a dedicated washcloth for your cleaning purposes. For each person in your family gets a different washcloth.
Seems a little bit, smelly.
Well, I mean, you're still going to wash it off like you wash off in the shower, but it's just you're cleaning one area.
No, there's something very wrong about something that smells to high heaven and has E. coli on it. You have to boil a washcloth for an hour.
Well,
to make it clean.
So you're getting hot water in your shower and you're using a washcloth. Usually, a lot of people are using a washcloth.
No, I would not use a shower. No.
A towel when they shower off. So anyway, whatever.
Well, yeah, but we did show you guys an Amazon link earlier to a portable bidet. Porta bidets are available at
Well,
Amazon.
That's a good idea too.
Yeah, if you want to put that on your list. Portable bidets are the thing. You bring with you water. Now, yeah, there doesn't seem to be one right
Oh,
here.
you know, my family member just did that with the hose.
Yeah.
Well, not that, but the hose where you actually hook it up into your current toilet, like one of those.
Yeah, I'll show you what I'm talking about here.
The Bitomatic bidet, self-cleaning.
Yeah, I wonder if Biden invested in this bidet, for himself. Okay, yeah, so there's handheld sprayers and things. This one attaches to your toilet bowl. I'm actually thinking of getting into, possibly getting one of these things. It eliminates the use of toilet paper, but they make portable ones you can carry with you. They're like water bottles. You should consider mobile medical units if I get elected. It's my idea. I would consider that, yeah, considering it's my idea. It's not Trump's idea. Okay, and we've got a few people at Periscope. They want to talk. Why aren't you on a boat to get out of there, Mr. Walla? Hey, Mr. Walla, haven't seen you in a while. We're not getting out of here. No. Why would we leave? It's just as contaminated here as it is in New York or Chicago. I mean, hello. Most of the outbreak were in nursing homes. There were 3 people supposedly from our island that are in nursing homes near Seattle. So they said, "Oh, Island County has a breakout." No, we don't. They're in nursing homes in Seattle.
The three cases that have been tested positive that were residents of Island County actually aren't living on Island County. They're all in care facilities off the islands.
Yeah.
So.
You can use diapers, yeah.
But that doesn't solve the problem of staying clean.
No, I still contend that showering after use is the best.
Yeah, if you really don't have toilet paper and you have water.
Yeah, and you have water, and that works.
As long as you have unlimited water.
Hang on just a second. You're in mutable land everywhere you go.
Okay, I have an update, but because those 3 cases were as yesterday.
Now there's 6 people in Island County.
But I'm going to check the information.
Okay, Sarah's going to talk to you about all the people infected in our area. I'll be back. Thank you.
They haven't put out a new release today for Island County, but they did have 3 more positive cases. So anyway. No, definitely not David's kinfolk. Even though the girl in the pink hair looks like Connie. I don't agree that it's better with David and I together, Gazi. Because, I mean, obviously there's certain things that David and I disagree about. So that's why one of the reasons that we decided to do the show separately rather than together. And sometimes I have a problem of talking over David, so that's another reason. Yeah, when your mom said when she was little they had an outside toilet. Yep, and her mom used to cut up newspapers into little squares and hang it on some string next to the toilet. Yeah, definitely, I believe that. Music Clef, hello. J.M. Rouse, 808. You think he's not ignoring you? I should say, man's gotta eat. You think the earth is flat and you think the globe is a lie? You've studied it for 3 years and you're going public. I don't think the earth is flat. I understand people think that, but I definitely don't. Hello, Tiddly D. How are you? No. Anne? I wonder what she is mending. There. I have a sewing machine. I think David bought me a sewing machine for the very first Christmas I spent with him. Because we were preparing for Y2K and then it didn't happen. But a steam cleaner. The old Sears catalog used to be good. They don't have the Sears catalog anymore. I know, Candy Catnip. It does seem to be the case. Good night, Max. No, it will be a lot of Candy Catnip says, hey Sarah, the people in here are nothing but trolls. Yeah, have you ever flown up into outer space to determine whether the Earth is flat? Yep, no Sears anymore, pretty much. All right, nothing but a bunch of trolls. I couldn't agree more. But anyway, I don't agree with trolls. I just agree that they exist. Okay, here's a thing from our island, and it says, Governor Jay Inslee announced new community strategies to minimize exposure to COVID-19 in a press conference on the afternoon of March 13th. In alignment with that announcement, Island County Public Health will be following the governor's mandates. New statewide mandates, also social, spiritual, and recreational gatherings of more than 250 people are prohibited throughout the states. All schools in the state will be closed no later than Tuesday, March 17th through April 24th, unless this closure is extended through minimum of that. Adult family homes are now under the same directives as nursing assisted living homes. You say space cannot exist a vacuum next to a pressurized environment without a barrier. There is a barrier. It's an atmosphere. Misanthropy thinks the Chinese are manipulating the weather to bring coronavirus through the rain to the entire West Coast. Well, and David would say it might be going in through chemtrails. Nice to see you again, Misanthropy. If the world was ending, you'd come over, right? You'd come over and you'd spend the night in my chat room. Virtually. All right. Okay, never mind. Yeah, we don't have a Sears anymore. We don't. Yeah. Question came from Island County Health Department. Should I get tested? Maybe not. We know many people are wondering if they have a fever and a cough, do they need to get tested for COVID-19? Commercial testing is more available and providers can now decide to test patients as needed. But right now, care providers still have limited supplies and capacity to test, and we want to prioritize the tests for people in the priority groups. Additionally, please do not go to the hospital or ER for testing unless your symptoms require emergency medical care. As a community, we want our hospitals available for medical emergencies. So if you have mild symptoms, you need to stay home, stay away from other people, and take good care of yourself. A test, whether it's positive or negative, won't change that advice. That's very good. Not signed in? Yes. Why are you asking? Yeah, San Francisco does have a lot of hills. So does Seattle has a lot of hills as well. David Nation in the house? I could not believe that. Really? Where's David Nation? It would be funny if we had guests on the show. Yeah, true. But having guests on the show besides random people who call in that have nothing worthwhile to say would take a lot of work. I know I could do that work, but I have other work priorities. Or rather, yes, and other things I'd rather be doing with my time. Okay, David Nation is, yeah, it's been a while. You don't work for CPS anymore. What are you up to? Just because someone graduated from MIT does not mean they're the end-all be-all, J.M. Rouse. You work for a car rental company. Interesting, Steve-oo. Hello, Add the One. You'd be an in-person guest just so David couldn't ban you. Oh, that's what you were saying for our guest room. Yeah, that's not going to happen. We won't be having in-person guests, especially during the COVID-19 outbreak. Instead, I mean, if we were to have guests, we could do something like people could use the account, if someone really wanted to be on video, they could buy a pro account on iVlog and then ask they could ask to be on the show. You wear a mask when you take the train. Very smart. Do you wear gloves as well? If not, you may, if you can't get a pair, well, just wear some winter gloves and then wash your hands and the gloves. I'm sorry I'm ruining your hypothetical situation. It's a great idea in theory. And I would love to invite people over in theory. But knowing who David is, I don't see that happening. The Substar, you remind me of Sunstar, who used to come in here. No, thank you, Gazzy. You want to challenge David to a pre-show cook-off. Whatever you're making, I'm sure it would be delicious. A neuroscientist would be good, would be fun. David, let's do this. Yeah, David wouldn't want to go. I don't see David wanting to do that either. Keep your immune system strong, lots of vitamin A and no sugar. It's very hard for me to not do the sugar thing. I love sugar. I really do. Why? People are ruining your chances of ruining the world? Yeah. Well, David likes to go out in public. He loves to go grocery shopping. I think that's one of his favorite things to do. He used to love to go to buffets, but well, I don't know. He likes being around people, doesn't that? And well, then social interaction is being here on the show. I am okay with God. Yeah, I agree about getting in the sunlight if we can. It's very difficult to do that in the Pacific Northwest. Huh. True, Tiddly D. Tiddly D said, have you noticed that the Democrats aren't complaining about the wall so much now that the coronavirus is out? It doesn't count? How can being an online personality and keyboard warrior not count as being social? I thought that's the whole point of social networks. Sarah, do you consider yourself selfish? Sometimes I do. True, Anita. True. Keep on building the Unreal wall. Usually your supermarket groceries delivered 2 days later. You went online today to order groceries and it's now 7 or 8 days is the earliest delivery, and no toilet papers are available. Did they know a toilet paper shortage was coming? It's like, or is this really part of the coronavirus? You did it once again. Now you have toilet paper for sale on eBay. And how is your feedback rating? You were able to buy 2 packages of toilet paper from Costco. If you crumble up notebook paper over and over, it gets soft. Improvise. And I've heard there's some leaves you can use, but you want to be careful on what leaves you use. Thank you, Sosadi. I'm strong-minded. A good trait to have. I didn't see that Seasons, and I'm not sure I really care. Do you feel like you're supposed to be an apostle, Paul, since you're coming here writing all your scripture? And you can probably buy more tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, I feel for I would leave the toilet paper. You only if you bought 2 cases, that's going to last you a while. Leave it for the rest. Sure. Are you sure about that, Tiddly D? I thought, Walmart wouldn't run out. They're out. Most of the time I do, Mad Dog. Yes, I love my brother as much as myself. I do feel like I'm here to be a servant leader. Yeah, that's true. But don't flush baby wipes if you use them. And notebook paper. Don't flush them. Sure, Chef Gordon. Yeah. I feel like in order to be a leader, I have to be... No. In order to be a leader, you have to be willing to serve the people you lead. Like, I'm a big fan of Simon Sinek, and I haven't read his Leaders Eat Last book. That's the next one I want to read. But his Start With Why and his belief that leaders should eat last. Sorry I shared that with you. I thought you were someone I can share it with, but that's okay. I think a good president would have to be a servant leader. Thank you, the Substar. Whatever. You just don't agree with the terminology. That's fine. What have I done to help my fellow man? I help compost. I help students learn to garden. I teach. I help David. I talk with you. I do whatever I can to help my fellow man. And I don't want to talk about how I help my fellow man. I just want to help my fellow man. I don't believe in bragging about what I do. I think that's, unnecessary. And thank you, Not Signed In. That's definitely on my list as well. What is your brainstorming you need done seasons? I agree, 834. Yeah, I really wish people were caring about other people. Oh no, Super Saver Dave 58. I'll pull it up for David. He can add it to his conspiracy discussion. I sometimes am a little sassy, I guess so. I agree that we do need to attend to our brothers and sisters' needs, but I also believe that I am attending to my brothers and sisters' needs through the government. Speak my truth, horses scare me a little bit. That's very cool. I like the look of horses, but I don't know if I'd like to be around horses in person. Sarah, wait, what was the question? It asked, Sarah, are they going to close the school for 2 weeks in Washington? No, it's not 2 weeks, it's 6 weeks. It's starting on Tuesday, so but the governor of Washington State has ordered that all schools be closed no later than Tuesday, March 17th, and they are to remain closed until, I believe it's April something. Through April 24th. So from Tuesday, March 17th through April 24th, school will be closed to students. Except for there are going to be some students can come and pick up lunch and breakfast, and they can also, I believe, pick up learning materials. So they have to offer free breakfast and lunch to all students. Yeah, I'm thinking about it, Seasons. No, actually, in Washington State, the governor has done some pretty drastic measures, the government. So they have said they will put waivers in place so that school will not, for students, it would not continue past something like June 19th, but for teachers, it could, our requirements may be extended depending, because we're hired for a certain number of days. And they're still working out like what our responsibilities will be. So that's good for the kids. They don't have to go to school in the middle of the summer. True GVP TV. Do I say thank you, Stormy Daniels? Yeah, I think I would be scared of that too, Sosadi. Good night, Anita. I'm not sure, Steve-oo. They do say that the chances of mortality with the coronavirus go up greatly with age. April 24th, huh? Okay, thanks, Mad Dog. Online teaching, it's not a requirement by the state, which I really appreciate, because the thing is that kids and families are under a big stress with this closure, and we don't know what kind of stresses they might be under. And so adding a stress of requiring online learning would be added stress that the families just don't need right now. We are going to definitely be giving families enrichment activities for them to do, but we are going to be mindful that we need to support each other and definitely support the members of our community, our families, during this time. No, it will not be a requirement to get tested for the virus before returning to school. I will have a job with schools closing down. My responsibilities will be dictated by what the governor, my superintendent, and my principal require. So that's all being worked out of what my job responsibilities will entail, but I do have a job, so. David's totally capable of feeding himself. They will not, in our state, they will not be extending the school year. I don't know. Different states, of course, have different authorities to do things, but sadly, misanthropy, it's not all gone, so I'm totally well prepared. If I'm starving, I know what I'll eat, but I assume so, Substar. But yeah. One of the things that the schools will be required to provide is some kind of daycare for first responders. So there's, so that those first responders can still do, that's the big reason that schools are closing, is to try to slow the growth rate of this and to put less stress on the medical system. And so one of the ways we're going to try to support that is there will be childcare for the first responders.
Good.
And I'm sure if teachers are providing the childcare, they will be also educating them.
Yeah.
They'll be like, they can't help it. We're going to do some math.
There are going to be a lot of people displaced, so the families will have to find childcare for sure. You know, because normally kids are in school. You know, so what's mom going to do with the kids around the house? Well, the kids have to stay in the house and play video games.
David and I did go to.
Yeah, I saw that the other day. Misanthropy.
David and I did go to Walmart today, and it was a fine. It was an okay thing. We entered through the garden section. Mm-hmm. Just we figured, less people going into that way. We tried to do some social distancing, but we got into this one aisle. David was looking at something in the middle of the aisle, and I followed him down that aisle. And then one person came on the end of the aisle, and we were looking ready to go out the other end of the aisle, and then somebody came in the other end of the aisle, and then we were stuck in the middle, and we were like waiting for them to leave, and they didn't leave. In fact, they came by us, and so then we're like, okay, whatever, we'll just go by them. And then David went down another aisle, and I just stayed on the end. I'm like, you do that. So, but the thing is, I don't want to live in fear. I just want to practice.
I got it.
Yeah, thank you. That's why I moved it over here. I want to practice good.
Yeah, whenever I see somebody
policies
wearing a
and
mask,
people are
I'm going to
fine.
walk away from them.
But
Yeah.
then the thing is, I was telling David, yes, there's some people are wearing a mask because they don't want to catch it, and some people might have a weakened immune system from something completely different.
Right.
So I don't think it's a problem.
The thing is, the government has stipulated that if you are suffering from the flu or have symptoms, you should wear a mask. And those who aren't suffering from symptoms shouldn't wear a mask. Well,
That's not
people
necessarily
I agree.
true.
I agree with you. South
Because
Korea
there-
has
no. Go ahead. Sorry.
South Korea has a lot of people using masks no matter what, and they're getting positive results. So go ahead.
My thing was that doctors will tell certain people that don't have flu symptoms but have weakened immune systems
Right.
from some other
True.
issue.
That's
It has
true.
nothing whatsoever to do with the
Nothing
flu
to do with the flu, right?
to wear a mask
I
because
agree.
their immune system is weakened from something like cancer or some other medical issue.
I have a theory that if we were to offer natural sanitizers like mists, what I would like to see in like buildings would be like, this is an antiseptic mist that we have here, and Burt's Bees makes a hand sanitizer like this with aloe vera and witch hazel. Can you imagine a system where you'd walk through vapors that would like disinfect you automatically when you go into buildings, so you're automatically free of any viruses on your body? You know? Without hurting your lungs, because I know if you're breathing Clorox or Lysol or, God forbid, ammonia, you're not going to really, it's not good for you. And using a lot of hand sanitizer gets in your system. You know, you're putting chemicals on your body all the time. So I'm thinking natural disinfectants that will get rid of the virus. We have to see if they're proven.
But then
Vinegar
you'd
works
have
great,
to-
yeah.
Well, you'd have to prove it that they work, one.
Yeah,
and
you'd
then
have to
two,
prove it.
it's like, it doesn't necessarily, it might get rid of something on your body, but then once you're in that location, if there's someone that walked through it, it doesn't get rid of it from their body. So if they are infected, anyway.
They're saying if you do cough in your elbow like this.
Yes,
because this keeps it,
spray
defines it
from-
right in your elbow area. So what kind of tests have they done, do you think, on the tests themselves? Have they I've yet to see any test to verify if the tests actually verify that this is a virus of this particular nature. I mean, how do we know there aren't corona generic tests out there? Oh yeah, you got some generic brand of the corona. We've never really tested the tests, have we? No, we haven't. There is chicken and spinach or chard with butter on it, organic butter. And it's all really good, naturally sourced. Now that was an interesting building. You saw that?
Yeah, I saw it. I think this is just a greenhouse.
Okay. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your evening until you feel like coming in. Thank you. Appreciate that. And you can have everything on the stove. It's all ready for you. Enjoy. Enjoy the dinner. It's got good herbs and yeah, and I understand I'm still looking for vitamin C. They say vitamin C is very critical to helping against infection. And, you know, Linus Pauling dedicated his life to the belief that vitamin C stops colds. I don't think we can discount his 85 years of work that he did. A do-it-yourself corona mask? Yeah, I've seen the same things, yeah. Some people have been doing very, very similar things. It's like Darth Vader. Wow. Luke, I am your father. I am in the bathroom here at this casino, and I had nothing to do, and let's put this on my head. Wouldn't that be funny? Looks like he is in a casino bathroom. Okay, yeah. I'm down with that, man. This seems like a waste of space here, though. You know? Because you could get breathing going through there. This could be like a carbon filter. You could actually make a nice little carbon filter out of that. All right. I'm glad everybody's casual now that you're slipping into your new lifestyle of watching Netflix and Prime or whatever else you got hooked up for free. Crackle. Pluto. I hear Pluto's pretty good. You can watch reruns of MTV's on Pluto. I could probably, if I had nothing else to watch, I could probably just turn on MTV and watch like countless retro. Back when video was important. No, I didn't change ties. I was wearing this earlier. I just didn't cinch it up. Somebody said, "Hey, what's with your tie, Dave?" It's dedicated to the beautiful eagle, which stands proud above the chemtrails. It flies high above the chemtrails. The sea is free of the virus, so I'm hitting mermaids, really. That would be an interesting idea, is to put yourself on a boat and float out in the ocean. Maybe I should look for boats right now on Craigslist. That was very funny. Thanks for that link to the bottle guy. Yeah, maybe we should just look for a boat, right? I could just get on a boat right now and just get the hell out of here. Oh, let's not freak out. Okay. Uh-oh, the panic room. Oh, no. They want you to panic. Welcome to the Anti-New World Order self-help discussion group. Hi, I'm David. I'm here to talk about your crisis you're having with the global pandemic day that we're on every day. Yeah. I'm here to share your thoughts and do my impersonation of Jacob Rothschild. Yes. Boy, that was pretty weird about the Tom Hanks picture we had earlier. Oh, man. If you haven't caught the beginning of the show, I've got to show you this. This is phenomenal. A long, long time ago, there was a man named Michael Rockefeller. He was a renowned and world-famous person who happened to have a tragic accident in the jungles, I think, of Africa or something. And lo and behold, he disappeared. And then all of a sudden, a guy named... Thank you. A guy named Tom Hanks appeared. Take a look at this morph between Tom Hanks and Michael Rockefeller. Hang on. Play it again, Sam. Check this out. Michael Rockefeller. Fascinating. I was just made aware of this earlier. I'm not Shiny Puffy Coat, no. I'm the real deal. Tasteful ties. That's a beautiful tie. This is an awesome tie. Of course, all my ties are tasteful. Do you happen to want to stay in the room, or do you want to get banned? This is a beautiful Native American dedicated tie. Okay, let's watch this. Look at how his face morphs into exactly Tom Hanks' face. Isn't that weird? Yeah. Michael Rockefeller. Yeah, is it possible that Michael Rockefeller faked his death and became an actor named Tom Hanks? I don't know. Well, I mean, the facial match is absolutely amazing. I mean, I'm not trying to make this up. Yeah, this is actually a theory that other people are talking about. Jim Baker and the Silver Cure. Is he being charged with a crime? Okay. Yeah, so this is really weird, the transition between the two faces. As you can see, it's identical. And the thing that's uncanny is the ear. It's an exact match. You think the face is weird, but the ear is a Rockefeller. It's the exact same ear. Now, you can definitely get the nose very similar, but rarely would you ever see the same ear. I mean, not even Paul McCartney has the same ear as Paul McCartney, the guy who... But you see the same damn ear. It's like, now I'm thinking Tom Hanks got his power and prestige and position by being one of the Rockefellers and didn't want anyone to know. Kind of like how Mark Zuckerberg is related to David Rockefeller. Yeah. People don't want to know that. You don't want to talk about that. Anyway, that's a very interesting little side note. I'll do the televangelist guy, but I was kind of looking for a boat. I was in panic mode, and I was coming, into that mode where, gee, I better get on a boat and just escape this nightmare. Yeah, and I interrupted that whole flow. I want to get back to that happy place. A London shopper is mugged for his toilet paper in broad daylight. Oh yeah, when he did the picture, when he did the movie Big, I will. Yeah, let's try that. One moment, please. Yeah, some people have a weird story about his death too. Did David Rockefeller meet his end at the hands of a native tribe? Yeah, isn't this weird? Or Michael Rockefeller. Did Michael Rockefeller meet his end at the hands of a native tribe? At the age of only 23, Michael Rockefeller, born to the New York State Governor Nelson Rockefeller, is one of the wealthiest families ever, had gone missing off the coast of then Dutch New Guinea. The date was November 21st, 1961. The young man was conducting an anthropological expedition in his remote corner of the planet, along with his mission companion Rene Wissing. Okay, there he is. He went missing. They never found Michael Rockefeller, but lo and behold, we've got Tom Hanks in Big. Now let's take a look at that photo. The earliest known photo that we have of him. Interesting. Need one with a smiling face. Yes, we have one. It's going to need a little light enhancement, possibly saturation levels need to be increased dramatically by 0.436 micrometers. Beep. I'm going to do the magic of flipping this device. Beep. Placing it over the other head. Shrinking this. Putting this on top. Repositioning. Beep. The closest match I can do based on the current access points is to align their face. Whoa. Holy moly. Isn't this great Sustainable Saturday looking at conspiracy theories and stars? Whoa. Check it out. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, let's see what we can do with the color here and lighten it up a little bit here. Wow, let's move it over a little bit. There we go. It is a match. It's a match. Hey, how about it? It's a match. Tom Hanks is, in fact, allegedly, Michael Rockefeller. Hey, thanks for that little tidbit of time that I could take away from you. Very cool story, though. Okay, back to the panic and doom and gloom. The primary goal of my unified conspiracy theory here on Global Pandemic Day, and every day is Global Pandemic Day now, right? Yeah. Even Hank's son looks like Rockefeller. Take a look. You can see the similarity. I would by chance meet this young man at Yale or Princeton or Harvard, and say, my goodness, are you a Rockefeller? No, I'm Tom Hanks' son, dude. There you go. Thank you so much. All right, so the primary central thesis I am presenting, his name is Colin Hanks, thank you. The primary central thesis I'm presenting is that we really don't know what's going on in the air above us, right? We've talked about chemtrails. I have a website I constructed, chemtrailparty.com. Yeah, and we really don't know what's flying above us. So let's just start with that basic theory. You know, people say, oh, you're one of those whack jobs. You believe that they're spraying us with chemicals. You're so foolish. Yet there's countless pictures all around the globe. Oh, there I am. There's countless pictures of all around the globe of photographs of chemicals being dumped on our heads. You can even go to a weather modification site right here I've constructed at chemtrailparty.com and click on that link, and it'll take you to everything the government's been doing above your head. The government quietly admits to weather modification program. And they've been doing this for some time, spraying us without even peer-reviewed studies and any verification that what they do has any effect on us. Really? Okay, Mass Breach says, David, your buddy Taylor you've heard involved in a minor scandal. Really? Okay. Okay, I didn't know. Yeah. He kicks women out of his life. Okay, I didn't know. Well, there you have it. Okay, thank you for sharing. I didn't know. Okay, moving on. We're asking the question: Is this toxic? And there's been no study to verify whether the sprays are toxic above us. Of course, there have been studies in Italy. They found out that they've got barium and aluminum, strontium, selenium, silver iodide, all kinds of weird toxic things. But yeah, have there been studies? No. How in the world are we going to get oxygen if we block the sunlight? Blocking light for photosynthesis denies us oxygen, so that makes no sense. Why would we possibly benefit from this? A lot of people say we should spray the sky to prevent the sun from... We're replacing the ozone. And if that's the case, then too bad. I have not played Mr. Right yet. No. And what I've learned about weather modification is it is weather warfare. They can create droughts, hurricanes, and earthquakes. And they can do one more thing. They can spray viruses. All right. Just wanted to throw this out there. This is the intro to the unified conspiracy theory that brings in all the thoughts that we're all thinking. Is this a hoax? Are they pretending this is worse than it is? How dangerous is the 5G network? What are they up to? We don't know what they're spraying above us, right? So they could be spraying anything, including viruses. All right, hear me out. We know that this particular virus is a bioweapon of some sort based on the fact that it's man-made. Whether it was created in the US labs or in the Chinese labs, I don't want to get into that political discussion because I don't want to piss China off right now. We're beyond that. We're being interrupted right now because I'm onto something. Excuse me, but I have to pick up a phone. We normally don't take calls during the show, so yeah. Let me play something I can play legally, because so many things you can't play nowadays. What's this? Hang on. No, it's not popping up. I'm talking to you. Who are you talking to? All right, that didn't play. Wow. Not only did it not play, it locked up my entire computer.
Today, about what happened from Mexico to London.
It was pretty rough, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Weird. Hello. Oh my goodness. Hello. Ew. Strawberries. Yeah, it was weird.
Yeah, so that was Britney Spears during her breakdown when she was being interviewed by Diane Sawyers. And I got the phone now. And I don't want to be sidetracked, but I had to play something there for you to see how they're controlling young artists like Britney, and I feel bad for her. I really do. I haven't seen her recently, no. You totally love her? Oh, Chef Gordon Ramsay. Yeah, why don't you get her on your show? She'd love to make an appearance. Thank you for coming in. Yeah, we know you're a wonderful chef, but don't use so much salt. Cut back a little bit, okay? Now, let's talk about how they could theoretically be spraying viruses around the globe. Okay? Now, this virus, as we know, attacks old people and immune systems and weakens people. So what's preventing somebody from pushing this? Oh, yeah, I'm getting a call. They don't want me to talk about this. Yes, I did. How you doing? What can I do for you? Okay. All right, so this is the deal. Leave Britney alone. I remember that guy? Yeah. We're still talking about Britney. Wouldn't you rather talk about how they could be spraying the virus on you? Well, their thing is they have the means. They're already spraying things in the air anyway, so really when you think about it, why not? What would prevent humankind from experiencing a rather devastating experience encountered with the RNA messenger units of these viruses, and they could degrade, and it causes the culling of humanity very simply, and is extremely good design. I see no reason why we wouldn't deploy this technology if we had it. So as you can see, life is very simple when you're living high on the hog, but we don't have enough resources, and we've polluted the world so badly that the only way to get rid of the people is to get rid of the people. So the possibility remains that this could be one of their big plans. And pushing this through organizations or countries like China or Russia or the US is simply flexing their muscle because they obviously control those countries. Are you with me? So if they call a few hundred million, that's enough to get started. But they have a bigger plan, and that's to RFID chip the whole population. And what better way to do it than to inject the RFID chips in people? So much simpler than just, they can literally put it in the vaccine. The nanochips are so small they can be read by RFID readers from a satellite. So they would literally be able to track everybody this way. So this is just a wild, unified conspiracy theory, but I'm going to take away the pandemic bonds because, by the way, the World Bank declared this a World Health Organization pandemic simply because they didn't want to pay those pandemic bonds. As long as they declared a pandemic early enough, all these pandemic bonds were of no value. So much like Einstein came up with his unified field theory, I thought it was only fitting that I came up with my own unified conspiracy theory. So this ties everything together, including the psyops of freaking us all out and making us live in fear. And, you know, I was wondering why there's so many different cases where people were like actors, especially in Washington State, where I live. Yeah. I just dropped down. No, I'm just moving around. There we go. I call this my unified conspiracy theory. And it ties everything together. And I'll get back to this later because I really don't want to waste your time. All right, let's talk about something fun and happy. Get a new background. We were in the news loop room the other night. Good evening, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We're going to look at the coronavirus tonight. analyze exactly what is happening around the globe. Yeah, I just have no clue as to where we can go from here. Russia is building a copy of the new hospital that seems to be in rather disuse in Wuhan for some reason. Yeah, third-party news. We're not really sure what they're building, but they've only seen 34 cases so far, yet they want to build a massive structure, at least 800 feet from the nearest residential building. Yeah. It's going to be built 40 miles southwest of the Kremlin. Now, for a country that only has 34 cases, it's kind of highly weird and strange that they'd be building these massive things. Are these countries using this opportunity to build death centers, extermination chambers? It's the same things that Hitler created during the German occupation of Poland and France, with all the other areas that the concentration camps were reaching out to incarcerate the human beings. Are they up to that? I mean, you got to what? Putting bone shippers in there. We saw the Wuhan pictures earlier. That looks very much like we don't see it here because they changed the picture on it, but it looks very much like they've got like liquid fluid being put in the ground, like they're composting people or something. Isn't that weird? It's loading right now. When it comes back, we'll take a look at it. Dave, check out Andy James. What? I'm not tracking MILFs, man. Hey, let me ask you a question, Seasons. Have you ever read Edgar Allan Poe? Yeah, I would suggest reading Edgar Allan Poe if I were you. It would really benefit you. Yeah, go back and read some more. You are very much in that modality. It's a dark, depressing world you've created where you begin to see your world as, defined by certain variables. Yeah, get a whole collection and read it. Look at this, camera disabled. See what I mean? Let's take a look. Loading. There's the Wuhan Yangtze River Bridge. Now the Yangtze River is quite bad. It's a polluted river. It's got all kinds of issues. China, you're looking at one of the most polluted areas of the world, by the way. Part of the reason why Wuhan's probably having problems is the air pollution problem has just reached critical levels. That could be another aspect of this coronavirus release. Hey, your life is defined by foot fetish videos on the internet. You chose your destiny. Yeah. Love your free will. Isn't that great? The streets are empty. Look at this. Notice no one is in Wuhan right now, folks. Yes. I agree, 834, that there is an interest in finding the rich people, but they hide in the strangest places. You would never guess that one of them is in any one location at any one time. Many of them live underground in their underground world, feigning their fake accents, pretending to be young. Here's the Wuhan area where they were doing a lot of the digging. See the ground right here? Yeah, this is, I wish I was making this up. This is ground that's newly, freshly dug, and it's got big pits. They've been moving a lot of these canisters around and bringing them to the pits. Yeah. And there doesn't seem to be a lot of people there. There's some right there, see? One guy moving. You can see him on camera. It's daytime in China, so. There's no vehicles on the road to the right, exactly. So we're wondering what the hell is going on right now. So you get into like a chat room with your fetish, Apex, and get a woman to like take her shoes off on camera? I mean, she's fully clothed, right? And she's just, is there like a fetish for you to do that? Some fetish site where you have women taking their shoes off and touching their toes? That's pretty funny, man. Oh, the Telltale Heart was really good. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I was referring to the Telltale Heart. Yeah, it was one of those strange moments. But there's a lot of different works that he did. You see, Edgar Allan Poe was a heroin addict, an opium addict, and an alcoholic. And I think you have a lot in common with him. Yeah. You could find a bond there, even though he's obviously dead. At least I think he is. See, camera disabled. They don't want you to see this, but you're seeing it anyway. All right, moving on. I don't want to linger in the camera section, but there's they hired these 3 cars to go around in a circle. And I think they pay them hourly because it's the same 3 cars we've been tracking the same cars right in a circle. So the impression that there's somebody alive in the city is still very real. But strangely enough, how can Wuhan no longer be a problem? China is saying, we have abandoned beds, no problem, emptying facilities. Everything is fine. Here's a question. Yeah, how do we know these cams aren't connected to a video loop? Exactly. If you want to spend your time watching those cameras, you could definitely do that. Yeah, just let me give you the link to this, folks. Yeah, this is the possibly looped camera footage from the past 6 weeks. We don't know. Thank you, Scissor Fight, for raising good questions. Exactly. So whatever's happening at this event in Wuhan is cleared the streets, meaning they're either locked up in their apartment buildings, unable to get out, unable to get water, food, necessary medical supplies. Because it does look like we saw padlocking of the doors in Wuhan. It does look like everybody's been locked in their buildings. Yet the president of China continues to say that everything's great, we're reducing the number, it's big success. It's kind of like Trump saying, oh, we've got the most incredible people, all these test kits that Michael Pence has been suggesting is very, very incredible. The work he's doing is incredible, absolutely incredible. Have I said incredible yet? Let me just say again how incredible Mike Pence is. So incredibly, he's been getting all of this stuff together. Now, none of these test kits have been going out. Our state of Washington, I should say our state of confusion, has been wondering how many people are going to get tested. Not even the people at the very epicenter that no doubt pass the germs from patient to patient at the life care center, more like death care center. Not only did any of the 21 workers didn't even get a test kit a week after they'd identified this as ground zero in Washington. It was a week later they still hadn't been tested, the workers. NPR reported it. This flu season alone has sickened at least 19 million people across the U.S. Thank you, Misanthropy. And welcome back to the room. And led to 10,000 deaths and 180,000 hospitalizations. Wow. Yeah, I have wondered what's going on, but I don't want to show a person who makes $14 million talking about nothing on YouTube right now. We're a little bit more interested in surviving. Thanks. Yeah, it's fun to talk about Tom Hanks, but we don't really have any proof of anything other than the fact it's a digital match to Michael Rockefeller. Oh my God, that is so sassy. Thanks, Josie. Thanks for popping in. So I read on that open site that has like nonstop information. We were reading chat from various people, and it was quite shocking that one person said that they were in Taiwan and the death toll was, it didn't say the death toll, the number of people infected were 5,000. Yet Taiwan isn't reporting that. So I'm kind of anxious to see another brother give me his take. Chinese troops waved men moved into Hong Kong too. When waved, Taiwan 53. They knew this was coming. It's just the flu. Well, you can be my temporary ambassador of Taiwan if that's okay. Is calm on your end? Only one death? This is great because, you know, I haven't heard from anyone from Taiwan except from that big site that someone said 5,000 people are infected. So we haven't had any other information from Taiwan. But only one death. That's pretty impressive. And you're not seeing it in the street around you where you're living? Dave, you don't remember me? Of course I remember you. You live in Taiwan, another brother. Oh, you live in Taipei. I'm so sorry. Big difference. Yeah. You're self-isolating, Chef Ramsay, not because of the virus, just because that's me. Only people who are outgoing will die from this. Yeah, and the old. Good point. Have you considered opening up like a bunker at Hell's Kitchen for people to, hang out at? Oh, hello. You're in Rothschild's private bunker. Thanks to his family's help, and the 1% richer will survive. Hello, guest 965. So nice of you to be in here. We are now entering celebrity chat. One of the Rothschilds is here to tell us about how they're planning on taking out the entire world. Hey, so what's your big plan? What's it all about, Alfie? Yeah, you're live, man. You're worldwide. What would you like to say, Mr. Rothschild? Why is it you're trying to thin the planet? Why not resolve the problems of the planet? Would it be easier to clean the planet than to kill everyone off? Really? I would suggest you do that instead of your plan. Otherwise, you're going to be breathing the same crappy air we are, buddy. Yeah, do you think those underground units in Denver are protected? The air intake is completely contaminated. You haven't seen that yet, but you'll see soon enough. David, seriously, in this time of grave concern and paranoia, it would be great to get our minds off the media hysteria and perfect time to show Michelle and Larry Sinclair. I'll consider that, yes. Yes, guest 965 went very silent all of a sudden when they realized their air intake is contaminated just like any air intake would be. Well, you're so special. Well, since you're in Taipei, you have no knowledge of the rest of Taiwan. Is that correct? So you're just basically at the edge of the universe in a beautiful city looking over the water. Oh, you do? You must have a beautiful view out there, and the view of Fuzhou and all the other areas. Yes, it's a beautiful area. Let's take a walk down your city, shall we? We're going to Taipei, everyone. Well, I've been saying you live in a beautiful place, so let me at least say that. Wow, look at that. I love the, yeah, this is amazing. Look at the beautiful, and there's a Waterloo. What a beautiful area. Yes. Well, I'm right near the Riverside Park in Guangjing. I am now zooming in. I'm watching you in the backyard, and you are... No, sorry. Taiwan is an island, easy to shut down the airport. So I'm not going to freak out about the person in the room that said 5,000 people were contaminated in Taiwan. Okay, good. I'm not going to wear my helmet in these dangerous places. I'm traveling around Taipei right now. I don't care about Taiwan. I care about you. Where do you want to talk? What part of the world do you want to talk about? Because right now I don't want to be sidetracked with conspiracy theories about Michael Rockefeller being Tom Hanks. Let's go to Craigslist. That seems like a better thing. Larry Sinclair, okay, hold on please. You have been muted. Let me go to Craigslist real quick, if you don't mind. I was looking for a trailer in the UK, and I couldn't find one for Anita. There's only like 2 trailers in the UK. I mean it, I'm serious. Caravans, and they call them motorhomes. There literally is only 2 trailers in all of Britain. This is a motor mover with an awning. This is one hell of a nice one too. I was surprised. It's only £2,999. Would anyone like a trailer in the UK? This is a great link. It's like hot potatoes. Isn't that cool? For only £3,000. It is gorgeous. It's a Topaz. Anyone want that link? It's in Birmingham. I just didn't know if that was a really good deal. It's the only trailer in the UK. Does anyone want that? Going, gone. Well, I'm saying this would be a great place to squat in an abandoned trailer before in the mountains, yeah. Especially if you're in Britain. Okay. It's a great place to have for your family to quarantine one of your relatives. Any of you want a coronavirus-free trailer? No, I did not see anything about Chinese buying stock majorities of alien companies for peanuts. This is new to me, McDundee. Do you have any links on that? Oh, here I am touching my face. Ah! Hang on, I've got to disinfect my face with my Burt's Bees hand sanitizer. And I've got my fruit enzyme as a kicker. That's like, I chase that with it's almost like having a drink. It's like a day spa in a plastic container. Great deals on land. Oh yeah, rural vacant land. Thanks, Misanthropy. I'll do that. The USA is great for Lyme disease, yeah. China is eating bats. Europe is good at the plague. You're in the backyard, add the one, really? Okay. Okay, no one wants this link to this incredible deal. Okay. So be it. I was trying to sell this trailer for these people. It's a heck of a trailer, man. It's the only one in the UK. I mean, how could you not want this? Okay, UK. This is a motorhome. It's 12,495 pounds. And I don't mean weight, but I love the beige interior that they make. All the caravans in Britain are really made nice. Not nice? That's 13 grand. Big difference, but that's got a motor in it. And it is in running condition. It's a diesel. Yeah. It's got 21,000 miles on it. Amazing. That's a pretty good deal. Oh, I forgot I was going to look for a boat. Hang on. You have Burt's Bees face mask to help remove toxins, keep it moisturized. Well, aren't you the metrosexual? Huh. Who would ever guess the guy who comes in here drunk off his ass all the time does a facial or on his whatever? It's not what I meant. Yeah. Some good does come from biolabs. They don't need to be heavily monitored. I don't know. I think they found a mask for Donald Trump. It's the Donald Trump Corona mask. It's developed specifically for him. It blocks the coronavirus. It looks like a giant a-hole. Beep. Okay, I'm going to go to Craigslist in my area, and I want to see if I can get a boat so I can get the hell out of here. I know. I just was imagining what if I just bought a boat, just, got the water and just started drifting, just with an engine on it. Can't be that bad. Up, up, and away in my beautiful... And put a blimp on it and have a blimp boat. There you go. I don't need grocery stores in the ocean. I've got a fish hook. I can fish. I can mine the ocean for plastic like Boyan Slat. You saw that picture, right, of Boyan Slat? Isn't that cool? Yeah, he's doing some amazing work. I would really get behind everything he's doing as president. We'd integrate our government operation. The Navy would be involved in this. It's an aquatic system it's a mobile skimmer that's for the ocean. And it literally pulls plastic right out on a conveyor belt. Isn't this cool? Yeah, I'd like to build one once I'm out there. Let's get out in the ocean first, and then we'll come back and build one like this. I don't need to be tested for the coronavirus. I don't go anywhere except to Walmart for cat food. Which I'm happy to say I didn't touch anything except the box of cat food. I literally walked in, picked up the box, walked out, set it down. The guy, Sarah, paid for it. So, yeah, it was her turn to pay for cat food. I know, it's full of viruses at Walmart. Yeah, that's why I was very careful to not touch anything or get near anyone. I know it's airborne. That's why I walked through Walmart with my mouth closed. I said to Sarah, let's breathe through our nose. Yeah. But it has to be within 6 feet of a person. Unless this person sneezes within 9 feet of you, then you're in trouble. All right, let's move on. I just want to find a boat, for crying out loud. This is my Sustainable Saturday. I can do it any way I want. Wow. Now, I'm on the cheap side. I want to find something that's low cost. Well, I still contend it could be airborne, as in they could be spraying it on our heads. I'm not kidding. I've been staying inside most of the time for the past 2.5 months. I'm mostly in when I very rarely go outside to do a little thing here and there. I feed the birds. But I've pretty much been inside with air filters on most 3 months now. But yeah, I am getting exposed when I walk through a Walmart, admittedly. Okay, portable boat car garage. No, I don't need that. It's kind of a cool idea, though. I need something big, something I can get on and hit the open. I want to live on the boat. So what's my lowest price range here for a sustainable boat to live on? $800. I can buy a little sailboat. That is pretty good deal for $800. Look at that. It's got some damage. Rusting on the, yeah. It's a hellhole, but you got a little cabin in there. Look at that. One guy could live on that. Yeah, it's for $800. What a deal! I mean, I don't think you'd find a deal with it. Includes a trailer. It offers the whole trailer and the boat for $800. That's a hell of a deal. We got great deals on boats here. Oh my gosh, I was looking for one of these things. A Glaspie. Wow, it's a little bit. Now I want the Glaspies with the little place for a bathroom in it. But I'm still looking at a Catalina for $1,000, docked in Seattle. Huh. Wow. Cryptocurrency, okay. That's amazing. This guy will take cryptocurrency for this boat. Wow. I am impressed. Look at this. For $1,000. Okay, I'll get to Beverly Hills in a second. Oh, folks, this is too good of a deal. Oh my God. Oh my God. You got to learn to sailboat, but you got a little engine on the back. It's a Catalina. Those are classic for $1,000. Okay, I think I found what I was looking for. Thank you. Now you want to check... Sure. Let's go to Marina Del Rey. LA. Yeah, we'll see what you can find in Marina Del Rey. Now, I found you a sailboat, mind you, that you can live in for $1,000, a little kitchenette. Jeffrey Epstein's down in Little Orgy Island right now. Do you want to talk to him? We've got him on the sat phone. Go ahead. Let me patch you through. Jeffrey, hi. How are you? Gosh, hang on. Let's go to Beverly Hills. What do you say? I think we'll have Tom Hanks once he gets out of. Once Tom Hanks gets out of, he's in quarantine with his wife right now. Once he gets out, he'll want to get a boat. Yeah. He'll want to get as far off the coast as he could possibly go. We'll do Los Angeles, California, the city. My name's Dave. I'm not a cop. Yeah. Jeff was not left hanging. Jeff didn't die. Chef Gordon Ramsay, you need to get with the program. Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein never died. He just faded away. He's alive. Yeah, I'm fairly sure of it. I don't need to get into the details, but I'm more than willing to, go into detail later. You're going back BTC red flag for ad? Oh, Jeffrey's a good man. He's helped my family a lot. Please respect him. We have the Rothschild. He piped in. He also said population control is a nice idea. My friends Jacob and Bill are designing one for this purpose. Population control. Ah, okay. Scissor Fight's got one. Real person survey. No one dead from the coronavirus. Only 3 to 5 said to be sick. Whoa, are you serious? Thank you. Sorry I was ignoring your chat over there. Support Bill Gates. Really, you're right on there, 965. I was sorry I was ignoring you there, you're the only Rothschild in the room. You call, they say it's sold, but have a hot deal just for you. Okay, so you swear that Jeffrey's a good man? Okay, good. What does he do for you? Does he help you with your adrenochrome and secure your supply? How do you know about the adrenochrome, David? Who have you been talking to? Okay, this is a real survey.
All across the country and all across the world. Okay. Party. And I have an update for you. So, and you know what the update is about, okay?
Yeah.
What I'm going to do is, because I took a survey of about 10,000 people, okay? 10,000 real people that watch most every video that I put out, okay? All across the country and all across the world, okay? And I don't think, well, here's the questions I asked, okay, in my survey questions. And these people responded directly to me via text message. And I've had to read thousands of text messages and look at thousands of photos, and a few of them I'm going to show you here.
He's got a pretty deep voice. He has a pretty broken Knight Rider voice.
Of what's going on. This is a Walmart meat department. You know, in the back where they're cutting up meat where you can't go. Not the front. The front's wiped out, but the back's wiped out also.
Okay, this is a guy, we just got a link here from Logic Before Authority is his website on YouTube. Yeah, and you know he's real, he's legit because number one, he doesn't have that many hits. They try to, censor people like that. Number two, he doesn't show you how many subscribers he has, which is a good sign. He's not a subscriber junkie. I have hardly any. Whenever you get truth talkers, you rarely see a lot of subs. Yeah, the YouTube's been knocking these people down big time. Let's continue. Sounds like BP Earth.
Anyways, Here's the questions.
Go ahead.
Do you know anyone personally that has been confirmed to have the CV? Okay, and I'm abbreviating that intentionally, and you know what I'm talking about. Do you know anyone personally? Not someone you heard about, not something you've seen on TV, not something someone told you about that they seen or heard, not third party, personally.
Well, this sounds really, really good, and we'll play this tonight at the beginning of our evening show at 10 o'clock, so set your alarm. We got an hour and 40 minutes to go. That sounds good. Yeah, I'm having a hard time with the fact that the Kirkland area, Kirkland, Washington, they had the Life Care Center. Most of the deaths early on in Washington were at that location. And we saw some people that were there as spokespeople for that location that didn't look like they even were connected to the event. I mean, this one guy spoke, and it turns out he said his father was there and he went there when he got sick. And it turns out that his testimony is kind of dodgy because he works in the vaccine industry. He actually works in the industry. And then we had some woman that claimed she got the flu here in Seattle, and she was published in the Seattle Times. And she claimed that she was actually got 103 fever and got the shivers really bad one night, and then she got better. Turns out she is in the marketing of vaccinations. She's actually reps vaccinations. So it goes on from one thing to another. One testimony for another. The first guy that came out and talked about the situation, I remember he was a man who had his daughter, a little Asian daughter, Amerasian daughter, and he was feeding his water bottle to her, and he was coughing. You guys probably saw that about 2 weeks ago. Turns out that his brother is the lead guy, his twin brother is the lead guy running the USAID program, which is the infectious disease program that's designed to issue vaccinations. Everybody in the testimonials that we've seen here in Seattle and the nationwide reveals, at least three people that we've seen that we would all remember if we showed you a picture. I'm still looking for one. Here they are. They're all people in the vaccine industry.
I'm sorry, guys. I have to add this right into the beginning because as soon as I made this thing to go get her link to put in the description box, she had the audacity, literally, to just post this. Now it's 3 minutes ago. I've decided to turn my 15 minutes of fame into something positive for our community. I'm partnering with the United Way of King County to raise money for those in our community who are being impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Please consider donating even just a small amount. Everything helps. Let's band together regardless of race, religion, politics, etc. And again, marketing program manager at NanoString. She's a marketer. Liar. Selling bullshit. Oh, fuck my life. Seattle does it.
Yeah, he has a tendency to use the F word, but he has more of that video. We'll play this tonight as well. Yeah. Very serious. There's other people that he outed too. This is the guy right here.
Who says, man, just happened to work for Promega Corporation right here. Scott Sedlacek, okay?
This is the guy I was talking about.
Just happened to work for Promega Corporation.
Right.
And note the, what's their symbol? The Infinity Mobius Loop. I love it. But what did it happen to make at Promega? Coronavirus detection and assay development, right? Oh.
And he was the guy that ran into his dad at that clinic who was dying. And he's the guy who gave his testimony that his father at Kirkland died and he was there, and it's very sad. Master Meatball said, what you all should be worried about is how easy your rights have been curtailed. Yeah, there's a guy in Michigan, the governor, who's talking about building a martial law plan for Detroit. There was a moron guy on BBC the other day that began with begging for a vaccine. And what BBC said it would be at least a year or 18 months away. Yeah. But these people who are promoters and proponents of vaccinations are all throughout these testimonials. Whether they're in the newspaper, their real jobs are they work for the vaccine industry. So the real psyops is they do want to vaccinate the world. I haven't published my test results because I don't have any symptoms whatsoever. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Los Angeles boats. Here we go. Let's go to the lowest cost, obviously. Anyone can spend $65,000 for a beautiful sailboat in this area. Well, that's a pretty nice $29,000 boat. Look at that. That's classic. Wow. 29 grand. Porter Ranch. I want to see the inside, don't you? Yeah, it's not like a sailboat you can sail away with. It's got all kinds of high-end equipment for detection. And there you go. Now you're talking. Little microwave oven, kitchen. Beautiful. Nice, clean engine. Good front bay area in the bow. Very nice toilet. Probably a shower combo. Exterior seating. Yeah, didn't really have a nice sleeping area, but I'm sure there is one in there. Yeah, that is the sleeping area. What am I saying? Yeah, there you go. And your galley kitchen is on the other side. That's $29,000. That's one of the cheapest things you can get in Marina del Rey right now. Yeah. David, you don't advocate political violence? I don't, no. What are your FEMA rights? You don't have any. If they declare martial law in America, Operation Devolution kicks into gear. Now, very few people know about Operation Devolution, but Operation Devolution is a FEMA plan that was developed in about 2010. Its primary goal is to maintain fluidity of operations and continuity of execution and performance of populated regions. Beep. Operation Devolution is a 43-page document that you can download by going to this location. This provides you with all the necessary and pertinent data that you will need in your area to manage the martial law scenario that will be coming to America, courtesy of the Chinese. We're tracking the China investors right now. We'll be looking at that in just a second. Turns out China is profiting from this big time. Now, this is a plan to actually devolve your military operations in your local cities. It's designed to take away their duties. Your police will become no different than a civilian, and give them to the authority of the National Guard, operated at the top by the Attorney General of the United States of America. These plans are laid out pretty simply for anybody to follow if you really are, interested, but they're basically the template for the overtake of all local governments by the federal authority. Needless to say, this is not something that you want to hear about or see about, but you asked me what happens in the event the FEMA camps come to your door. That's what happens. Take a look at this document if you feel you want to read it. There you go. Now back to Craigslist. I'm still looking at boats. Yeah, I don't want to devolve into a weird kind of conversation about fear. I want to try to steer away from fear tonight. I want to be less into the fear aspect and more into just, having fun. Yeah, you don't have to declare you have Wuhan flu unless you're from Wuhan. Now, the fact that it's spreading so fast around the country is just so weird. It's almost like they're spraying it on us. The fact that it just immediately went off, it just doesn't make any sense that it would spread the way it's been spreading, especially among nursing homes. If somebody arrives from Wuhan and says, "Oh, honey, we got to go to a nursing home in Kirkland and spread the disease," or we go to one patient in Kirkland, and then the nurse goes from her, and then it turns into a full-blown flu, and the nurse is passing it on. They would have checked the nurses, the LVNs. But no. Governor Jay Inslee didn't even allocate the funds or the test kits to test the very workers at that location, which is a very suspicious thing. Thank you. Real information. Exactly. Wow, this beautiful boat. Oh, this is beautiful. For $11,000, it's in Wilmington, which is a small port near Long Beach, California. It's the lowest rate you could pay in LA to live there. I'm not refusing anything. I have no symptoms. Why would I be tested? All right, let's take a look at this little puppy. Ooh, I like the front of that. It's got a piercing front, doesn't it? It's like, wow, that's just going to cut through the water. Whoa! 12 grand for this? That is beautiful. It's got a little front bay in the front there with a little bathroom. The vinyl needs a little work. Probably, just a little. It looks decent. Look at that indoor-outdoor vinyl. It's like almost like a canvas vinyl. It's kind of cool. Whoa! That is beautiful. Look at the step up too in the bed, the back, on the kitchen, and a little bathroom with a shower. I'm telling you, this is all you need. If you're in Marina del Rey right now, oh man, that is gorgeous. Oh man, that is, if it's in running condition, full canvas enclosure on main deck, cockpit. It's worth more than this. The starboard engine is in good running condition, is rebuilt with very low hours. This is a steal. $11,000 in Wilmington, California. Hey, here's the link. If you're living in Beverly Hills and you want to have the place docked in Marina del Rey, go for it, okay? Check it out. Yeah, that is one beauty for 11 grand. Whew. That's the way to, if you guys are MGTOW, you be living high in the hog in that thing. All you have to do is pay for your birth fee. I don't mean you're going to have a kid and give birth. Of course, you'd have to pay for that if you had a baby with a woman you met at the local Marina del Rey bar and grill, which is right nearby. Then you have consummate the love in that, and then have the baby, and then you would be birthing in the birth. That's right. Slip rental's $100,000, really? I wonder. Well, you got that money from Miss Scruffy, right, Daryl? You got like $500,000. What did you buy with that money? Did you buy a house or something? Miss Scruffy gave some of the censor money to you, I heard, Daryl. Yeah, what did you do? Did you buy a car or something? Miss Scruffy likes you. You got a big boat, really? Daryl bought a big boat with all that money. Jeffrey Epstein is still at it. Boys and girls. Wow. If you follow our guidelines of speech, we can help you find your boat. Really. If you play by our side, you will be much easier. Be smart. Well, I hope you understand that I'm in a situation to help everyone, including you. Yes, it's nice to know that I've got the world looking at me and they like me. So it's a big advantage for all of you. And I think if you look at it as a partnership, we'll be able to actually talk. You know, I'm making an agreement with you to pursue a better world, not only for yourself, but also for others. It's a win-win, really. That's the best pitch I can possibly give you. Yes. But the idea of being able to solve the world's problems at one time, no one has that solution. There are some solutions that need to be looked at. Dumping chemicals in the sky to minimize the amount of radiation the sun's beaming in on us is not the best way. The best way, ironically, is actually quite profitable. When you convert all the pollution in the world into carbon filters, you can then turn them into energy packs and create energy with them. They actually have a monetary value. There's this new thing that the Democrats are engaged in called carbon pricing. And they love it. They want to integrate that into their cap and trade plan. But there's a lot to be said about carbon and the benefits of carbon. I hope so too. And I've always felt that, you know, my destiny involves everybody. Everyone has a place at the table. That's the way I see it. I don't hold grudges against people. It's counterproductive. But I think we can all work together to minimize the carbon pollution that is obviously, in your mind, a problem. There's other issues to deal with. Industrial waste. I mean, what are we doing right now? We're diluting it. Dilution is the solution to pollution. Not really. The getting rid of the humans does not solve the problem. Getting rid of human beings is not so, because the inherent problem is within human beings. Eliminating human beings themselves may buy you a little time, but the problems are still within the core of the human beings who are encountering each other. They'll vie for more power over each other. It's their nature. So the best solution is to solve the cleaning of the water, the cleaning of the air problem. And when we do that, we'll begin to have a renaissance. The human species will flourish. But until we do that, we will be declining, and we may face extinction, much like many of the people that, or many of the animals beneath us. Half the species have already died because of our actions. Exactly, that's my concern. Resources are limited, and it does beg the question, how do we resolve the big problem of resource distribution and allocation? And right now, the distribution process is hindered. But you know, one of the things I've learned from making cheap dinners on my YouTube channel is we could feed a lot of people for very little. It's not that big of a deal to do this. Sorry, I was interrupted by something. All right. Jeffrey Epstein still. Let's take a look. I don't know. That's not even worth playing. I'm sorry. I'm not going to make light of Jeffrey Epstein when clearly he is doing fine, enjoying his time on Epstein's Little St. James Island. Actually, I think he bought the $18 million big St. James Island. Very nice. Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein came in the show the other night. Did you hear? Yeah. He's doing pretty well. You know, they faked his death, of course.
Essentially, we're drawing oceanic rain systems that exist over the oceans into geographic targets, into our agricultural areas. The technology uses electromagnetics, so we're not interfering with the atmosphere or with the environment. We're not damaging it. We're not using chemicals fired through rockets like other technologies use. We use a very gentle but powerful technology launching electromagnetics into the atmosphere to modify the flow of the weather system over the ocean.
This is fantastic. Wow. Thanks for the link. Shadows in the fog. What do you have? Hindu holds cow urine? Yeah, that's... Thank you for sharing, but that was a great link. Yeah, thanks, Scissor Fight. That's amazing. Wow. I'm shocked. Yeah. Okay, we'll play this tonight for sure. This is a fantastic, it looks like an Australian man talking about how they do weather modification and geoengineering. Very good. Excellent. Taking the pee, hundreds of Hindus hold a cow urine drinking party to help fight off the coronavirus. This is a novel thing. Cow drinking, drinking of cow urine is very popular in India. David, would you sit down and have a heart-to-heart with Donald Trump? Yes, I would. It's in our best interest to do that. Is R. Kelly making women eat doo-doo? You know, I don't know if that's really something I really want to get into right now. Yeah, I think I'm, you know, frankly, I don't think it's necessary to talk about that. Thank you. Well, Trump has something in common with me. He's used most of my ideas, except for the ones that I want to, you know, pitch, but he doesn't want to do, like the mobile medical units to lower costs of health care. I even offered to give the idea to Biden since Trump took it already and then dropped it. I think we could talk about mobile medical units again. The first thing I would tell Donald Trump is we've got a common interest, our country. Yeah. My country isn't Russia, though, so we'd have a difference of opinion there. So these women are drinking cow urine at the party in Delhi today. Members of El Bharat Hindu, they believe cow urine can protect them from coronavirus. They seem to like this very much. Well, as long as it is healthy. As you know, Mahatma Gandhi ate his own urine, and he lived very long. Yeah, Gandhi had this belief that if he drank his own urine, he'd live longer, but somehow it backfired. He didn't live that long. Trump and the dove, the story behind one of the weirdest photos of our current president. Oh. Okay, thermonuclear war. Donald Trump's Ultimate Deal by Ron Rosenbaum. The photographer seated him in front of the same background he had used to shoot celebrities and presidents like Ronald Reagan, George Bush, Richard Nixon. Yeah, so idolizing Donald Trump is what the elites have always wanted to do, and maintaining his status as this great icon has always been their goal. But the problem is Donald Trump, when he was bailed out by the Federal Reserve and people like Henry Kissinger back in the day, around 2000 his business was struggling very bad, and thank you very much. And he encountered money problems, so they loaned him a lot of money, over $1 billion. And that's how Trump kept his business afloat after the casinos collapsed. But then that kind of ran out, and then the other people on the other side of the country, the black nobility, the people not connected to the Rothschilds, of course, they offered him some money too, the Russian oligarchs. See, Donald Trump has never really made a lot of money per se. He just makes sure people like what he says. And he's very good at reassuring people. So I think the speech he did yesterday brought the markets back. I really believe that increase in the market was partly due to the fact that he brought an expert in. And I saw the stock market ticker away. It was going down in the red when Trump was speaking. But when that woman came on and talked about all the things they have in place with the test kits in mind, and how they're integrating with corporate and government agencies, it immediately sent the stock market moving into positive territory, and we saw a big, huge surge of 1,985 points on Friday. Yes, if Gandhi had lived past, he would have lived to be 100, no problem. He was assassinated, Gandhi was. Yeah, he could have lived longer drinking his own urine. Good point. You know, I don't think Barbie should be working on a coronavirus nurse doll, but that's just a little bit weird. No, I'm not trying to unlock your computer. No. The Australian Prime Minister says he will impose self-isolation of all international arrivals from midnight Sunday due to coronavirus. Well, I'm glad that Donald Trump did what I suggested, but he was 8 weeks late. I was 8 weeks prior telling people we need to shut down our border. But again, that's going with the fear angle. I would have initiated a downturn in the stock market simply by doing that, but instead he waited, and the stock market started going down simply on general concerns that people had. If he had just done it early, it would have prevented any new arrivals, and it would have ultimately saved the nation from what we're going through right now. Unfortunately, Donald Trump didn't follow my advice, and he did it anyways. Let me explain. We hold ties with Israel as a matter of rule. The balance of powers essentially gives us the opportunity to make good allies out of Israel. And I believe that I've never felt that we should ever depart from our relationship with Israel, ever. But I'm not a Zionist, per se. Yeah, but it's not that I don't endorse the state of Israel now, it's just that I don't endorse any bigger plans. The global world balance is held in a homeostasis because of our relationship with Israel. Without it, the entire Middle East would fall into battles between the nations, much like Muslims fought between the nations before over water rights. So in a way, this is a new standard we've arrived at, and there's no reason why we would ever depart from our alliance with Israel. Getting accountability on issues of Palestinian state is something Netanyahu has actually worked on. But he's held back by the staunch position the Likud party takes in Israel politics. He's limited by their staunch conservative views. We, at the same time, have become so aligned with Israel from Trump's perspective that we forgot Israel's primary motivation to protect their own lands, and it didn't in any way integrate solutions for the Golan Heights that would help Israel, or for any of the outlying areas and occupied territories. There's just nothing in the treaty that was put forth by Pompeo the whole thing was a disaster, and Israel now is looking at it as a complete waste of time. They're not getting the type of diplomacy that they expected from Donald Trump and Pompeo. And I don't blame them for being upset, but we'd like something in return from them too. That's my goal, is to get the state of Palestine built and get them secure with a decent flow of water. Solutions that will be a part of my water solution for the Middle East, which is to get fresh desalination plants to the Middle East that we could all benefit from. Well, the people, the Sudan, obviously Egypt has the Sinai Peninsula now, but it's such a wonderful area that would be perfect for our ocean pipelines. And right out of the Mediterranean, we could easily craft these things to spider out and cover like a matrix the area of the Sinai Peninsula if we had Egypt's participation. And this would be the spirit of Camp David Accord that Jimmy Carter and Menachem Begin and Anwar Sadat put together. And it would be the same vein of that type of détente. And through this process, we'd be able to build ocean pipelines that would virtually provide fresh water to the Middle East. One of the biggest problems the Middle East has faced, aside from sectarian violence, has been access to fresh water. So this concept was something we came up with in 2005 originally. And we contacted various other people that had put together a similar idea. But it's realistic that we could actually passively desalinate water across the globe, all over the world. Giving people fresh water is the key to life. Do we really need to cover that Stannis Baratheon? Yeah. Hey, are you still working on that Game of Thrones show? Yeah, Stannis. Tweet, thought, coronavirus didn't stop this man from kissing boots to apologize for being white? You know, I'm not here to fan the flame of this white guilt that's been going on. I'm sorry, but that's not something I'm going to cover tonight. I don't encourage white guilt. No, Zedatrill, I can't give you all private jets, but we could air filter the jets that we do have. Yeah, we have good filters in a lot of the jets right now. We found that out recently. I heard what you're saying about R. Kelly, man, but I'm not going to play that, man. I don't want to be sued by R. Kelly. David, as president, will you pass a law where everyone gets their own private jet? You just said that. Yes, Anwar Sadat was assassinated in Egypt, but he brokered a deal with Menachem Begin, and they virtually exchanged land and territory after that. This ocean pipeline would be perfect. These modules desalinate in the sun. What happens is the sun bakes in and heats them up. And yeah, it's pretty cool. It heats them up and it well, say for instance, like right in here. This is seawater in here. Okay, we just push the seawater in using solar and wind power. And the seawater goes into one of these modules. The sun bakes down on it, evaporates the seawater, so the salt stays down here. We collect the salt down here, and the fresh dewdrops land on the inside of this dome here, and they land in these reservoirs here where, you know, you can drink out of the trough. It's all fresh water. So we could then store the fresh water for potable use, and this just goes on every day, nonstop, without any fossil fuel use whatsoever. It's almost an impervious solution for all the changes in weather that we experience. And it all can be managed using the technology of plastic production that we currently have, and possibly even use recycled plastic in the manufacture of this. Dave, we love you. Please cast tomorrow. I can't, but you will have all my videos from last week. I'm uploading them tonight. I just got 3 more in the hopper. Yeah, and you'll get to watch all my videos that you normally catch up on. I'll have them in there by tonight, I think. And I might even be up to speed by tomorrow afternoon. We'll have tonight's show in there. All right? I'm dedicating my time to uploading the videos. I'm still catching up for my YouTube show. Hey, Add the One says, thank you for showing me the CoinHive blocker, Dave. My PC works great now. Excellent. I know you can get around the blocker without you knowing, but guess what, 714, who claims to be one of the trolls hired by Mark to cyber stalk us and get money, cyber currency out of our web browsers? Yes. Thank you. I'll be waiting. Thank you. I'll be waiting for your agent to make contact. Okay, thank you. Whew. All right. We have a lot of work to do to prepare for this potential catastrophe facing our nation. Many of you have not planted a garden. You may want to consider that. Earn It Act threatens to end encryption. Yeah, I'm against the Earn It Act, but you never know. You know, we've already lost the effort to encrypt. Most of the technologies to encrypt have been completely compromised. The one person that developed encryption software, Aaron Swartz, ultimately ended up losing his life because he was trying to create the ultimate strongbox. And it didn't work. He died. So their effort now, through this particular their effort now is to eliminate any chance of securing your files on your computer or on your laptop or on your iPhone. Motorola makes the only encryptable phone that's still on the market. But I don't want to tell you any other way to do it. But yeah, the Earn It Act is pushed by Lindsey Graham and others, and it really does deprive us of our individual's personal privacy. You're not on my side if you take money from Mark, man. Yeah, you're trying to block us. Well, uBlock Origin is good too. In fact, let me show you guys what I've been doing. Thank you. Let me show you what I've been doing with thank you, other one. With my website or my browser, I'm using Chrome in the show. I find it is the best thing to use. Let me pull the ocean pipeline down for a bit. You get the drift on how to create fresh water without using fossil fuel. But when you're on this site, you go to these three buttons at the top. This is your Chrome browser. It's basically three dots. Left click on that and go down to More Tools. And then, let me move it over slightly so you can see it. More Tools opens up a toggle down box where you can open extensions. Okay? Click on Extensions. And I'll show you what I have loaded on my browser, which is fairly effective against CoinHive, is a program called CoinHive Blocker, right over here. CoinHive Blocker. Yep. And then I've got another program below called Miner Block right here. Blocks cryptocurrency miners all over the web. MINER Block. And another one is really good, uBlock Origin. Finally, an efficient blocker, easy on the CPU and memory. And this uBlock Origin was built by a high school student when he coded. It's completely free. All these are completely free. Use these as extensions. It'll show you how to add them. You go to the search bar at the top and add, go to search here and add extension. So that's the way to do it, so you know. But they are mining cryptocurrency on our browsers. That's how they're doing it. It's really crazy. And it's unfortunate that they're doing it because it's illegal what they're doing, but they claim to make $325,000 a day doing this. I find that hard to believe, but whatever. What did people use before this? Dang. Yeah, this guy has his entire back of his truck filled with toilet paper and rolls of... It's unbelievable. He's taken this to another level. Look at that.
But he probably will go out shopping next weekend.
Yeah, he'll probably get some more next weekend.
It's probably, he probably, yeah. I mean, Is he really going to self-quarantine after being in line for that long?
No. And that's sad. It really is. You know, we went to Walmart today. Sarah and I took a chance, you know, but we'd breathe through our nostrils, so.
Should I start self-quarantining?
I'm self-quarantining in general.
Should I go in?
What?
In the other place?
No, we're good. For some reason, it kicked me out of my flipboard. That's weird.
Do you want to go eat dinner or something?
Yeah, I'll have that. I wonder why they kicked me out of my flipboard.
Maybe you're not logged in.
Well, now I should be. That's what's so strange. I was in the flipboard earlier. Maybe they got so many people hitting the flipboard that they knocked me out. Because when I post links here, sometimes like it gets huge amounts of hits. Good luck. Okay, thank you so much. Yes, we have this. I'm waiting for your contact. Contact me at America's Third Party at gmail.com. Thank you. If you want to leave an email, feel free. Thank you very much. Yeah, very interesting little chat we had with someone there. Very strange.
Xanatril thinks all you need to make hand sanitizer is aloe vera and rubbing alcohol. 90% rubbing alcohol.
Well, that's what this is. Except this isn't rubbing alcohol. This is witch hazel. I took witch hazel, which has a type of alcohol in it, and combined it with aloe vera. And that's what Burt's Bees hand sanitizer is. So it even says it on here. It says eliminates 99.99% of germs, and it's aloe with witch hazel. So, all right, enjoy your evening, Apex. Don't get too drunk. No, I'm not making steak tartare. Have you seen this tweet? That's the simple person. This person's been trying to attack our show for some time. Thank you. All right, I will be back in the show in just a jiff. We got a lot of great videos coming up tonight. We've got a survey of the coronavirus on how many people have been really infected. We've got a study of what's been happening behind the scenes by people who are working to present this as a serious pandemic. And some of them actually work in the vaccine industry. We found that out. And I found a very good video called "They Can Make It Rain and Charge You." So literally about weather modification. So I'll bring that to you tonight after 10 o'clock p.m. tonight. I'll be back after Sarah gives me some time off here. Oh, I have to play Mr. Right really quick too. Just let me do the short version. I've got people that want to hear this. Their beer for their Saturday night depends on this. Okay. This is short.
Mr. Right, Mr. Right, too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I finally found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're my Mr. Right, too good to be true.
Okay, the Dow Jones made a big climb, 1,985 points. Thanks, man. Sarah can take over the news segment of the show. I am going to take a quick break, have a bite to eat.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to move
I'll
that.
take this thing off the screen. Desktop region.
That's what I took off. Okay, is that good?
Yep.
Okay. That's not acceptable. No, you can't use that. That's not allowed here. That's a.
Maybe you can move the.
What the hell is that all about? Let me spray the keyboard just so I don't cross-contaminate you from...
Well, I'm not going to touch the keyboard. I'll just touch the mouse.
Okay. Let me spray that too. All right.
I'll try.
Thank you.
I'm going to try. Social distancing is a bit hard. It's definitely bad to just try to social distance. No, this is more of an ear muff that I'm wearing. That's why I'm wearing this over my ears. Thanks, 258. Thank you. I did not look for toilet paper, but actually I looked down the aisle that there's normally toilet paper on, and there wasn't any toilet paper. There's a few cleaning products still remaining, and the real reason we went there was for phone things, and for David wanted some things to clean his car, and I really wanted some more cat food. Yes, I can explain it. It's not necessarily, they don't use the word, the coronavirus word, but there's a really good YouTube video about why there should be some concern. I wasn't going to touch the keyboard, but oh well, too late. And why they're trying to flatten the curve of growth. I played this the other day. I don't think they tried to monetize David, but I think I should play it for you.
Instead of doubling from here to here, or here to here, it waits till it gets to here. Yo, what's up, guys? It's been a while. I want to talk to you today about exponential growth and social distancing and the importance of doing that. So I guess let's talk about those two different things and how they're interrelated. First of all, exponential growth is how things grow exponentially, and social distancing is what people are starting to talk about on social media. We'll hear the president talk about it, and it's about basically staying away from people. And I'm going to talk about why that's important. So,
well, I would say he's using math to encourage people to stay away from people. It's not necessarily about inciting fear. I think it's about lowering the potential stress on our healthcare system when people do get fearful. That's pretty, yeah, that's a good advice, 258, and I agree with you. I know. Staying away from people could become a norm. You think that will add to more violence? Because people, they depersonalize people? Depersonalize each other? Is that why? I do the live long and prosper reading now. £10? I hope it stays fresh for you, 338. I don't know how 10 pounds could stay fresh. It could become part of something more nefarious. Okay. What, J-Mix? Is the latest episode of Star Trek Picard 7 of 9. In the latest episode, she reconnected to a Borg cube, but then she regretted it and disconnected herself from it. Oh, sorry, Mad Dog. I should watch Picard. I should probably buy that and watch it, but nah, I don't know. Yeah, it's good, Men at Nemesis, I agree. They messed up the canon of Star Trek. Hmm. Yeah, I liked The Next Generation. That was really good. I also liked Voyager. One thing I really loved about Star Trek is that Star Trek really dealt with some social issues. Nice. Thank you. How your private health information is captured and shared. Wow. Wow, look at all of that. Pretty unreal. Yeah. You don't think there'll be Star Treks after Patrick Stewart isn't here? I think there will be. I think 7 of 9 will take over. She's definitely got a, Star Trek fan base. Oh. Really? I haven't watched Picard. It's a bleak show with poverty, fear, racism, and darkness. It's like Discovery. It misses a core theme of older shows, which were really about hope and integration and acceptance and tolerance. That's what I liked about the older shows. Right. You might have a point, Seasons. Yeah, Star Wars has managed to go on and on, so Star Trek could too. That's a good idea for you, Money. Really? It's shot like an average schlocky action movie. The people that are making it don't like the source material? So they make it like all other modern sci-fi. So I've been watching, David and I recently, we've been watching, what is it? The Expanse. And I wasn't a big fan of the first season, where, I don't know, it just seemed like the video, like, yeah, it's kind of like dystopian future. Sometimes dystopian futures they like put as like trash everywhere. Whereas, anyway, I feel like it's gotten a lot better with some of their cinematography, and by the third season it got better. And I didn't mind, I mean, the storyline's pretty good. The storyline for The Expanse is really appropriate for today. Very interesting. That's on Amazon. Oh, I've heard of The Mist. I don't think I've seen it, though. Illinois governors have canceled schools statewide until March 30th to slow the spread of coronavirus. Probably. I ate all the food he cooked on the stove, Senatrell. France is going to close all restaurants, cafes, cinemas, and clubs. Trump is going to declare a national emergency. No, not unless he decides to eat a whole bunch of garlic. I have heard that about cash is bad on one place.
As officials try to slow the spread of the coronavirus.
According to the CDC, closing schools for 8 weeks or more may have a greater impact on mitigating the spread than a 2-week or a 4-week closure. Shorter term closures will likely make little difference. It may actually have detrimental effects, negatively impacting older caregivers at home, according to the CDC. In other countries, those places who closed school have not had more success in reducing the spread than those that did not. They offered examples of Hong Kong and Singapore. My brother, I have a brother that's older than me and a brother that is younger than me. Yes, but I also, yes, misanthropy, and I will have job requirements. What that looks like and what that entails remains to be seen. But yes, fortunately our state has said our state and district has said teachers and paraeducators will be paid. Yeah, you could be right, Jack. Oh, I can watch a few episodes of Star Trek Picard on YouTube for free. That's interesting. Is it designed to get you hooked in so then you'll pay the subscription fee and to watch it? I always wondered what that meant. Thank you so much for you, Money, for explaining it. It is nice to have nothing to worry about, because you desensitize yourself to the media's lies. You say, but yeah, if you don't listen to any media, like whether it's conspiracy media or mainstream media or any media, it's just like you just live your life. I think if I didn't have a job, even though I do have a job, I've been trying to do that more and more. I did end up touching the keyboard after all.
Okay, no problem. We'll just spray it down. There'll be a wet keyboard pretty soon. It's good to know that aloe vera and rubbing alcohol make a great combo. Yeah, that's good to know. Jeff Bozo is loving the PSYOPs. Yeah. I heard Jeff got out of his own stock before the stock market tumbled. I heard he sold $4 billion worth of his stock last month. Yeah. So what did he know that we didn't know, you know? I touched my face. Okay. I already breached
You
the...
want to go wash your hands and then come back?
No, I did wash my hands just now. What happens when your disinfectant bottle is the one carrier of the virus? Yeah. You got to disinfect that too. I give Sarah a foot rub as often as I can, almost every night.
Every day, yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to, because she's got her feet all day, so. Yeah, we all need to figure this out ourselves. I've got my own theories, but yes, I'll touch her for her psychological well-being. There we go.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So let's click on this. I'll get the Jeff Bezos link up in just a second. Okay, I'll get to that in a second. Go ahead. You got it. Sarah's looking at the news. This is a good place in the newsroom. Just look at the news. You can put it on the screen and, Oh, really? In Star Trek, Picard tracks down Data's daughter. Really? I thought Data was a shapeshifter.
Oh.
No, Data's not a shapeshifter. That's a different character. Thank you.
Oh my gosh.
Toilet paper.
$72?
4-pack of toilet paper. $72. And they're saying...
Wait.
What?
Plus $23.44 shipping and import fees. Literally, they're charging $100
4 rolls of toilet paper.
for 4 rolls of toilet paper.
Data's an android. Gotcha. Okay.
Yes.
Who was the shapeshifter?
He was not on Star Trek The Next Generation. He was on Star Trek
Enterprise.
Not Voyager. He was on the one he was Odo, yes.
Okay.
And he was on the one where it was, yes, Deep Space Nine.
Deep Space Nine.
Thank you, Meta Nemesis.
I'm still stuck on Babylon 5. And I'm babbling on incessantly
Blah, blah,
about the whole thing.
That's really crazy.
Yeah, I'm thinking of coming up with a different solution for everybody.
I'm not going to talk about I'm just going to say this.
Yeah.
I'm not going to talk about my toilet paper issues anymore.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry it's come to this, but we do what we have to do to get by.
Really, use your imagination, with toilet
just
paper
use your
issues.
Imagination, and that's it.
Yeah. Although it could be an even bigger problem as time goes on, especially if it was happening to us right now. we'd be talking about it all the time. This guy has.
Point exactly.
Did you see this guy? He has 77,700 bottles of sanitizer, and he's simply trying to profit from the coronavirus. And let's take a look at this in the show. Hang on, let me put this on the screen.
And nowhere to sell them. Well,
he's got 17,000 bottles of sanitizer, and he thinks he wants to sell them on Amazon, I guess. Come on in, yeah. You have your name yet? I know you want your name in. I'm not going to get your name in right now. No, not yet. Leave the bowl and finish your kibbles.
Wow.
Yeah, so he's trying to capitalize on the whole thing. I think this price gouging has got to stop. Technically, we could commandeer his entire supply as part of the national resource. In wartime, that would be common. Happened in the Civil War all the time. Yeah, we may have to declare, bioweapon war or something and commandeer all these people that are hoarding toilet paper. God. One guy had a truck, his entire back of his truck was filled with it. Yeah, they're profiting on fear.
He went from being in a situation where what I've got coming and going could potentially put my family in a really good place financially to what am I doing with all this stuff?
Good.
As he should be. Okay. Maybe he should
right.
actually give it to people who need it.
Yeah, exactly.
Rather than trying to hoard it and profit from it.
So Sarah's Dada's daughter is far more advanced than Dada? She's more human?
Yeah, because... Yeah, anyway.
Okay. Well, I've got my kitty here. You can't really see it. But she's good.
I
She's
agree
hanging
with
there.
you, Misanthropy. These stores should not allow people to return any of the things they are hoarding.
There she is. No, I just wanted to get her
Amber,
situated here.
Is she situating? Here, let me get
No,
out of here so you can move up, and then you can situate her.
No, she's fine. Oh, you're done for the night anyway. Thank you, Sarah. You're awesome. Thanks for helping out and giving us great discourse. David Jones. Alex Jones is a scumbag. He's trying to make money from the poor. I heard he's trying to sell silver toothpaste. Your carpal tunnels? What, your arm is hurting or something, Apex? Okay. Yeah, hopefully you won't have to buy toilet paper that's been returned. Good point. Yeah, she's out there, man. Amber is still rolling along. She's 17 years old. I got to open the door for her. Got this big, huge box I'm going to open a door for her. There you go. Okay, see you later. Thanks for coming in. Wow. Yeah, he's just a scumbag trying to make money off his silver toy. Yeah, they're going to prosecute the guy. Okay, we have a really good meme. Why are we running out of toilet paper? This is coming up at bars all around the country right now. We're one of the biggest toilet paper manufacturing countries in the world. Because when one person sneezes, 100 others shit themselves. Okay, that's a good reason why toilet paper has become kind of a big commodity. Yeah, and you know, some people are using Depends underwear. You can't find a toilet paper, just get a package of Depends and, you know, live in it. Live in it! No, we may have to, though. She's such a delicate little creature, and I love her so much. She's such a really great cat. Well, we saved her from, you know, near extinction when she was only 1 year old. She was going to be, the veterinarian we took her to said, oh yeah, she'll only make it another year if she's lucky. So I went online and I realized the veterinarian was using old information, the new information on what she had, which was chlamydia, that she got from her mother's birthing canal. The old information said that you can only get rid of chlamydia with, it was impossible. It was some sort of a virus. Well, they found out that chlamydia is really really tough bacteria, and that to actually, and some of you got the STDs, okay. And if you actually have a 15-day course of antibiotics, it gets rid of the chlamydia. That brings up a good point I haven't really talked about tonight. Whatever happened to antibiotics in treating this particular disease? Have you heard anybody talk about antibiotics? It's strange, you haven't heard anybody talk about antibiotics at all. Yet, supposedly one of the symptoms is pneumonia in some of the cases. I don't know, it just sounds like this disease is eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Pick a symptomology set, and that'll be your magic potion. If you need 144 rolls of toilet paper for a 14-day quarantine, you probably should have been seeing a doctor long before COVID-19. Exactly. Hey, can you blame people for being people, though? I mean, people who are trying to hoard things, that's what they do. They're people that do this. The government should have been in place to stop that from happening. Costco should have been warned. No warnings went out by the CDC to local businesses and shopping centers. Bad planning. Thank you. I'm a gentleman and a scholar, the spearhead of genuine constitutional freedom leading our country against the two-party duopoly. Yeah. Here's your spreader. You took rolls of toilet paper out of all the fast food restaurants? You are such a scumbag. God, Zeno, you're actually causing disorders in all around the country. People go to fast food restaurants, they can't even do their thing without contaminating people because of you, man. David, I heard a while back that ingredients used to make antibiotics have been running low for a long time. Thanks for telling me. Yeah, so no wonder they're trying to phase us off antibiotics and onto bioweapons instead. David, the same people who screamed it was the wrong time to buy ammo with their guns are the same ignorant people who are stocking pile toilet paper. Yeah. I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah. All those Democrats are real toilet paper hoarders. They're so anal. Unlike Ocasio-Cortez that kept pronouncing it banal. Oh, I don't want to be banal about it. No, it's pronounced banal, not banal. And it doesn't even apply to the story she was talking about. She's so out of it. You need 200 rolls of toilet paper. Chris does, yeah. Chris has a massive ass. And it takes at least 2 rolls just to cross at least 3 or 4 feet of his ass. It's like crossing the Sahara sauce. Not Sarah, but the Sahara. David, can you play the I Like Money clip? I can, and I will. That is my program. I am here to react to you interactively within the dimension of this chat room.
I got a bunch of money too.
Oh, I like money. Yeah. I like money, though. I like money. I like money.
I like money.
Can't believe you like money, too.
It's possible people like money. Now look at this guy. He wants to get... Platinum Loogie wants to get vaxxed. And he doesn't realize that's a plan to actually inject everybody with a dangerous chemical. Let me invite you to my vaccination room. Hey everybody, I'm here in vaccination land, and I'm ready to talk to you about what is inside of a vaccine. Now, essentially a vaccine, if you can read this, print's kind of small, but it's prepared from influenza viruses propagated in embryonated chicken eggs and inactivated with formaldehyde. That means there's formaldehyde in the vaccine. Okay, so embalming fluid, thank you. They also want to put mercury in it, the squalene, in the form of thimerosal, mercury derivative. 25 micrograms if you're over 6 months age, and 12 if you're under 12.5. That's just for starters. Yeah, let's go on to the other ingredients, the HEK293T cells, which are essentially, they come from aborted fetuses that go in vaccines. Yeah. Oh, I'm just getting started. These are cells that they typically put in the vaccines, and they happen to be expressing a mutant version of the SV40 large T antigen, which happens to be a cancer-causing agent, much like the virus we're dealing with right now. Using RNA messenger units, they're able to replicate faster than anything in the DNA spectrum. But that's just for starters. Those mercury, yeah, thimerosal, formaldehyde, the SV40 cell, which is carcinogenic. Then there's also nanochips, which can be fit into a small injection, which would automatically chip you and make you identifiable and trackable by the alien elitists. My proposal for the FEMA was already presented in the room. You asked for the FEMA document. Yes, I just sent it to you, called Operation Devolution. I have already sent it to you. It should be in your mail. Copy link address. Check it out. Beep. They can make it rain and charge you. Oh, can they? Oh, that's right. They can charge you.
Essentially, we're drawing oceanic rain systems that exist over the oceans.
Yeah. Yeah, I got that earlier. I'm ready to play that tonight. That looks really good. That is the best reveal of weather modification, Scissor Fight. Anyway, what are these things going to do to you other than chip you, RFID chip you, cause cancer, affect your brainwaves? The kicker is the fifth ingredient that you get in this is Roundup, the very same herbicide you use in your garden to get rid of your weeds, which incidentally is carcinogenic according to California. Yeah, they can charge you for anything they want. Exactly, Chris. Zeno, why would you be doing that? Yeah, sorry about that, Zenatril. That's really weird. Mercola.com has all the information. They talk about the amount of Roundup they found in. You see, the gelatinous material they use as a suspension, a colloidal suspension in the vaccine, is actually made from the hoofs of animals. Naturally, animals walk around the Roundup-laden ground. The human race has dropped over 7 billion metric tons of Roundup on the face of the earth. It's a veritable wasteland, uninhabitable by any living creature unless it's genetically modified. Yeah, they're virtually engineering the human, or the engineering nature to fail. That's the primary goal here. And you're going, why would they do that? Why would they ever do that? Why would they engineer the biosphere to fail? Well, they're doing a pretty good job of killing off all the planet. You're welcome. They're doing a pretty good job of killing every aspect of our planet away. You know, so half of the species of animals are pretty much extinct now. So we got a few theories about the coronavirus right now. One of the predominant theories in the conspiracy blogosphere is that it's all a hoax. Well, I don't really want to go to that extreme to say it was just a hoax, but because that leaves me kind of uninterested, and I would probably take risks and walk over to Starbucks cups and lick other people's, toilet seats and things like that, which I would never do. I'm morally against licking toilet seats. Hey, let's use famous people to push the BS. Yeah, maybe they're going to get Tom Hanks in his room.
You've got to give it to the script writers of.
Yeah, they're going to get Tom Hanks in his bedroom, probably with a testimonial. He and his wife are quarantined, So we're going to talk about that with videos from PK tonight. They get famous people to talk about it in Dangerous. Yeah, so Tom Hanks did. And we still have that really good information about Tom Hanks, which makes you wonder. Is Tom Hanks Michael Rockefeller, the man who was missing in the forests many, many years ago? A facial comparison is being done, and it is shocking. Tom Hanks, Michael Rockefeller. You take a look. And what's really weird and spooky about this is he's got the same exact ear and nose and mouth. Yeah, this is Michael Rockefeller. And then you look at the morphing going on here. Look at this. Same exact ear design. Same exact nose design. Uncanny parallel in the two faces. It's like, whoa. Yeah, check this out. Meta-Nemesis is going, whoa, look at that. So many people are wondering, who is Tom Hanks? And why does he post those weird pictures of one shoe left all alone, like it's abandoned, like it's been abducted? So Tom Hanks had a false positive? He just had hay fever? Are you making that up, or are you part of the Hanks family? Oh, Colin, you're so funny coming in here. You ought to tell your dad you said that in our chat room. It does look like him. You weren't in the show a little bit earlier, but yeah, I got this link from a person in iVlog. It's a phenomenal yeah, I think it's a definite link. Yeah. Zeno, you have not been able to stop the attacks on. Yeah, stop attacking people in the room. Unbelievable. So we got that lined up for tonight, which is great. Let's take a look at the interactive map. Yeah. Oh, getting back to this, the theory it's a standard flu. It's a 3% death rate, 3.4% death rate, as opposed to a standard flu, which is 0.01. So it's a much bigger death rate. That's why people are so concerned. That's why the stock market is real. There's a theory that the Chinese government is now coming out strong against us, claiming the U.S. Army planted this in Wuhan. There's a theory that was done. There's also a theory that it's a dangerous bioweapon created by China to destroy our economy and drop our stock market 4,000 points because they're pissed off at us. I don't know. That's still in play. And there's also the possibility that the 5G network could theoretically be weaponized, being they haven't done any tests here in the United States to verify its safety on the human population. That's a significant fact. The 5G network also happened to be first experimented on in China, in Wuhan, starting in November of last year, meaning an almost uncanny timing with the coronavirus outbreak. So are we experiencing deaths from the 5G network where people fall over and die? Their electric system in their body is fried because of the electromagnetic wave generated? Because of the lack of studies, we have to keep that as a definite possibility, that this may not be a virus. Or it could be both. It could be they have the 5G network designated as a weapon, the people that created it, who don't want any oversight and don't want any questions about its efficacy or its safety for the human population. Or we're dealing with a situation where they have that and a bioweapon, and they just want to get rid of the human race. And that brings us to the depopulation room. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I brought up the unified conspiracy theory tonight. First time I've ever exposed the world about it. It's similar to Einstein's unified field theory, but this takes in all conspiracies except, of course, flat Earth and anyone who believes that there are aliens among us, like party animals, that look like reptilians. We'll leave that out of the unified conspiracy. Although you can add that as an add-on to the theory that the people that are trying to take over the world and rule us, and that created the pandemic to initiate depopulation, are connected in some way to reptiles. That's your choice. But I don't take the reptile thing. And we don't talk about hoax here. I would never deny the Holocaust. A lot of people died for various reasons during that time period. Yeah, and Chris is right. 5G can't affect your lungs. Well, you know, I don't want, in Zenetril, I don't want death threats going on here. All right? Thank you. No death threats. You only make the thing worse. Yeah, don't have to respond to anybody in chat at iVlog. What I like about iVlog, Scissorfight, is you created a very insulated world that gives people a chance to just be themselves. And if we've got trolls in there, you can kick them out anytime you want. It's common to believe that 6 million Jewish people didn't. I would never, no. They died. It was horrible. And we have film of it. It can't be CGI'd. I saw film back in the 60s myself when I was a kid, from the filming that Eisenhower did when he arrived at the concentration camps in Treblinka, Dachau, and Auschwitz. Portable hand washing station appears next to a city park for coronavirus victims? Really? Possible weird positioning of...
into court today and saw a girlfriend.
Weird positioning of things. Yeah, that's wild. Okay, let's look at the desktop assessment here. There's very little time in our world to really analyze data. We're seemingly overwhelmed with and pressed for time all the time. Tracking every coronavirus case in the U.S. full map. Now this was March 15th, current status. Here we go. Where cases have been reported. This should have been interactive, but It's not. Clearly, the epicenter is now in a less concentrated way. We're getting it out here in Washington, but the epicenter in New York is really picked up. Yeah. And being it's a far more concentrated area on the East Coast, it's spreading faster. Look at the concentration in here. Same with the San Francisco. This is much more, it's like, it doesn't seem to be going to the outlying areas very fast, whereas here it's spreading very fast, very short. There they are. There are the numbers. Okay, Wyoming has 2. Washington has 60. Oregon has 35. California has 300 plus infected. Colorado has 100 plus infected. New Mexico has 13. Arizona has 12. Crossing over into the Arkansas area, 12. Missouri, 5. Iowa, 18. 21 people infected in Minnesota. 1 in North Dakota. I think that's my relative there out there. I hope she's doing okay there. She's got a wonderful ranch out there in North Dakota. Anyway, I hope she's okay. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm in Oregon, Dave, so how many do we have? Oregon has 35. Okay, I'm going to give you a link to all this interactive here, so any of you can get this if you need it. There you go. Yeah, I'll definitely check out that portable hand washing station link, Scissor Fight. No, Trump didn't solve the problem, dude. The market went up because Trump stopped talking. Trump said, oh, I want to give you one of my top associates, one of the experts in the field. I'm going to have her tell you all the good things. And then she started talking and the market rallied. And she was very concise and laid it out there that they're building a government corporate partnership to get the testing done as rapidly in every state in the country. Now, this number reflects not the real number of people infected, mind you. This is just only the people that have been tested. So this could also be a very strange statistic, because if they're only delivering a few hundred or less than 1,000 test kits and they're getting these numbers, that means that they're not really fully testing the people that are coming at them. Now, in a lot of areas, like Colorado, they have a drive-through testing center. And Colorado, with a drive-through testing center, is 100 plus. That means that the drive-through testing center is the fastest way to get your testing done, because all they do is hand you a Q-tip and take the Q-tip, you swab your mouth, they put it in a plastic bag, and they put a label on it, and they'll call you. We don't know how real that is. But the test center then has to go through the testing process. Okay, Zeno's lying as usual. In no way is she in any way. No. In no way is she any way threatening you, man. Stop lying. Thank you, Zenotrell. I believe you. Yeah, David, if you don't test them, no one knows, which means it doesn't exist. It means that anything could be the case if you don't test them. Now, 3 people have tested positive in the state of Maine, so it's still very low in Maine. 62 in Texas, 71 in Florida, 20 in Nevada, 300 in California, and 600 plus in Washington. So we still are the overall epicenter. So I don't mean to, but on the East Coast, you're looking at still less than the Washington area. Except for New York. If you add New York to the puzzle, you're definitely looking, the East Coast here is far more infected. Well, I should say a little bit more infected than Washington, being the top 2. Alaska has 1. Hawaii has 2. All right. So enjoy the link. Thank you for watching that. We've got that coming up. My local stats tell me that there are now 6 people in or near Island County that have it. Okay. If you're really innovative, get your scissors out and your glue and go at it. Yeah, there's no telling what innovation can get you. And this young person has obviously repeated the mistake Darth Vader made. Maine is a desolate state, container ships and truck stops. Wow. I guess you've never eaten lobster. Okay. Yeah, this is a weird story, and it's right in lieu of what we're seeing now with hostilities and tensions between China and the U.S. Joint Russia-Chinese weapons could be soon headed to battlefields near you. While cooperation between Russia and China is booming, Moscow is very much a junior partner to a fast-rising Beijing, even if the two sides present it as an alliance of equals. Russia and China are drawing closer together as Moscow faces further isolation from the West. Indeed, the two great powers are starting to co-develop new weapon systems. One such example is a new drone that would be launched from a multiple-launch rocket system. Yeah, joint experimental design work with the Chinese side is underway. While cooperation between Russia and China is booming, Moscow is very much a junior partner to a fast-rising Beijing, even if the two sides present it as an alliance of equals. This was just written, so yeah, I'm not really sure what to take about, it's an evolving situation because China clearly has a problem with the coronavirus. So let's not worry about China and Russia ganging up on us simply because they too have a very serious battle to deal with. And they claim that we are involved, that our army installed it in their country. And before we even get into that, declaring a war, if China is declaring a war on the U.S., Trump Tartican, it didn't get through my filter. No one's declared war on anybody. I'm just worried about trade with China right now, and I'm beginning to wonder if we really it's in our best interest. Yeah. Yeah, everything here is made there. China is no threat to us. The problem is, this is clearly an attack of some sort by someone. And whether it was a global pandemic caused by the U.S. government implanting a virus in Wuhan, or whether it's Wuhan's neglect in having virus laboratories so close to people, the very fact that they created a bioweapon is suspicious in and of itself. All right. Maine is a wonderful place. Maine has great potential. Yeah. Maine's got, we could easily have tidal generators off the coast of Maine. They have 17-foot tidal variations that could easily power up electricity. I don't think that's a necessary question for us right here. Thanks. Well, I think we're in a war of words. I will say that, but we're not at war with China, no. Nor do I want a war with China, nor do I really want to stop trade with China. Frankly, I'd like to get to the bottom of exactly what is causing this riff. What led us to this point where our intel says that they had a bioweapons lab there. I think there's a relevant story somewhere in this regarding a professor from Harvard who went overseas through Logan Airport with 2 Chinese nationals in November. But there's a very little bit of information about that. There may be something there in that little kernel of information that could be extracted that would give China a better understanding of what happened. Why were 2 Chinese nationals arrested at the airport with 27 vacuoles of some foreign substance they were carrying from a bioweapons laboratory near Harvard? I don't know, but maybe you might want to look under that rock. Leave no rock unturned. Leave no stone unturned. Confucius say. Folks, in 2 months' time, South Korea tested 250,000 people. In 30 days, we tested 2,500. That says it all right off there, jack-off bandit. Dr. David Wu, the genius virologist that changed the way science understood the HUV virus, he's leading the effort on the corona HIV? Okay. Well, I'll look into the Dr. David Wu right now. Accessing file. Hold, please. I don't know if you're going to see a lot of white people on heroin soon, but, you know, you never know. Slot fanatic. Accessing file. There's a lot of people on a lot of things, but what's the point? Okay, Greek God made a very good point. David, as almost an expert in military intel, I can assure you nothing can get through China without the Chinese finding it out. China isn't the USA in that regard. So if they claim the US Army brought it in through a sporting event in Wuhan in October, which they claim, there is one vantage point that has been exposed that would refute your statement, Greek God. The Chinese claim that this sporting event was contaminated. They have to prove that it started there. They have to claim one of their sporting heroes crossbred others at that event, or at the open animal meat market with the bat suit. Maybe some athlete, perhaps a high jumper, decides he wanted to have dinner with this lovely, beautiful, like runner who just whatever. They did it at the animal market, and they were both infected, and that's the start of it. And somehow they got it from I don't know. I mean, so we have no proof of either one. So to jump to conclusions like, oh, China did this, China's attacking us. I was running loose of the mouth earlier in the pre-show yesterday, and I said that we should cut off trade with China, but there's no reason to jump to those conclusions yet. Yeah. I have to hold myself back sometimes, because I was getting a little bit over dramatic and pushing my concerns that this started in China. If what they say is true, or there's a kernel of truth to it, that there's some movement of some of these virus vacuoles from place to place, we need to know that. We can't possibly jump to conclusions and say China did it or US did it at this point. Well, having an extended show involves just talking more, so I'm here for you. Yeah, Trump Tartican, you keep talking about this incredible situation. The neutron bomb you claim happened in Tianjin, in China, February 2016. This would be a real reason for China to be very angry at America if they believe that we did this. Do you happen to know where in that video do you happen to know where in the video, Trump Tartican, that you said the blue light flashes occur? What about the other two swine flus in China? Well, yeah, they did originate there, I agree. Okay. Yeah, get that point in the film, cue point. I want to show them the blue flash. You believe it was the neutron bomb that hit them? 165 people died in Tianjin in February of 2016. If China had a beef with us, I didn't hear about it other than, scattered information on the internet. We never really had a direct attack verbally. Okay. I'm not sure where you're going with that. the beef is long since the USA started a trade war and financial war against China because China's outgrowing us all. Yeah, but they may not be. They may not be outgrowing us all, especially with all the problems they're facing with this bioweapon. Now, again, our president doesn't want to call it a bioweapon. The Pentagon refuses to do that. The CDC doesn't seem to want to admit that there's two variants, at least two variants, if not more, of this, and that it could mutate. Scientific knowledge at this point has been pieced together, and we have a pretty good idea of what we're dealing with here. Yeah, if you're concerned about, I set up a website just for that. It covers the entire territory of what this could be. Yeah, it's called, this is my Corona links. My Corona links. My Corona links. Okay. I guess I'm stuck. Yeah, let me just give you a little tutorial here. When you go to the site from my Corona links, you'll get a couple of lead stories here. The Institute of Virology, where a lot of this went on. A bioweapons expert says the coronavirus is a biological warfare weapon. This is a very strange article that claims one of the top Chinese officials has openly talked about it being a bioweapon that they developed to pacify the people of Hong Kong. That it backfired, and it developed so many weird symptomology that it killed people, and it created torturous deaths. That's a very strange article. There's other evidence that our government's been training for this event. This just gives you some background information about a particular FEMA training ground in Alabama. And this story about coronavirus entering the U.S. after the Wuhan lab scientists defected is the one I was referring to. This is a very interesting story. Could be the source of the origin of this. References to Bill Gates and his funding of a vaccine to deal with the coronavirus is very strange. And how how testing failures allowed coronavirus to sweep the U.S. Trump actually stopped testing from happening by the World Health Organization. And that's a very good article. Then into clues as to whether the thing is man-made or not, mining the coronavirus genomes, and the DNA sleuths read the coronavirus genome. That's very good too. HIV-like features make this man-made and gives it the markers, at least 4 of the markers that the HIV system has. And again, this is an RNA mutating virus, which makes it extremely volatile in the population. It can change. I'm getting help right now, Peturo, yes. So this is a really good link if you want to check out Corona links. I put this in there on my Flipboard. It's under the economic collapse section, but it's well worth reading any one of these articles. We're going to be bringing more in as we see fit. This will explain pandemic bonds and how the World Bank declared this a pandemic way ahead of time. The real numbers are pointing to the reality that they're pushing the panic button. Most of the concern people have right now is this is a panic situation. That's why people are hoarding products like toilet paper. No, did I talk about the NRA? I must have misspoke, sorry. I didn't think I was talking about the NRA. Thank you. Daniel Quinn, who wrote Ishmael, advocating population reduction, might be right. The virus is helping our global ecosystem by eliminating the species that is a surface toxin. Not all humans, but an amount of sufficient enough to restore equilibrium. I don't believe that at all. That is total BS. That's That's complete conjecture. And, you know, if anything, man is creating a bioweapon. That is not natural selection. That's not survival of the fittest. That's not Charles Darwin, okay? Yeah, this guy's been making money. There's a couple people profiting left and right on all their storage of all these Purell items. I don't want to talk about these scumbags. Trying to profit from misery and a conspiracy and the type of suffering going on is ridiculous. They're claiming that we are this. He's claiming we are the surface toxin. Yeah. Well, wherever he is, he's out there. You know, you can use Darwinism as a rationale, or you can use it as self-fulfilling prophecy. Or you can use it as a way of looking back and saying, yeah, we evolved through Darwinistic thinking. Oh yeah, Bill Gates is working with Mark, I'm sure. Believe it or not, I'm such a hot item worldwide that these people are all trying to scramble to figure out how to stop this simple show that we do, reaching out to a million people, millions of people. They work their butt off trying to figure out why I'm ahead of them. Yeah, there you go. This was made just for you, Zeno. This is your emblem of who you are. I'm Zeno, damn it. Pay attention to me. Your mindset of a child. Yeah. You seem to be completely absorbed with yourself. You're self-centric. Yeah, and you're trying to draw everything into your little narcissistic world. Drinking beer and God knows what other drugs you're on. Unbelievable. Thanks for that, Scissor Fight. Anyway, we got a really good information flow going. I'm glad I was able to put together these links, Flipboard links for you. Very simple. We'll add to them. But you will get more information from these websites than you'll get from the mainstream media. They aren't even admitting there's two variants, an L variant, which is really bad, and an S variant. And this is according to Chinese expert scientists. Now, whatever they're not telling us in China is really the big question here. The fact that they are now pointing the finger at the U.S. Army is also suspicious, because one of the biggest things a person who did something wrong does is point the finger at somebody else. You saw Donald Trump doing it throughout the impeachment hearings, blaming everybody that testified against him. Oh, he's a very bad person. Oh, she's just worse. She's the horrible. Oh, that guy doesn't know what he's doing. Every single person that went up to testify that Donald Trump was involved in the Ukrainian quid pro quo deal, every person was legit, true, and he kept saying, no, they're very bad. Just like China's now claiming, oh, we did something very bad to them. When clearly the whole thing started in Wuhan, the question is, how was it seeded? Who is the first patient? And they want to know that too in China, so let's offer them at least that courtesy. So without jumping the gun and assuming this is a Chinese attack on our country, our president hasn't said that, so I can't say it either. But does it have the earmarks of a bioweapon? Hell yes, it does. Because in the big picture, if the people that run China and own their financial system and the Bank of Hong Kong and the Bank of Beijing happen to be, and the people that want to depopulate the world because of the resource depletion going on happen to be, and the people that have the ability to automate everything happen to be, they need to create this panic in order to have control. That's the simple scenario here. And the unified conspiracy theory brings out all the ways that they can control us and rule the world. And those ways happen to be extensive. They frequently spray chemicals in the skies above us. They frequently drop blasts of chemicals over our heads. Typically, they've got directed energy weapons at their disposal. We've seen them used in California and Australia and in Athens. I'm sorry you've been censored, but yeah, you're getting censored big time, Trump Tartican. Where in the picture? Where in the video? Exactly. So we have, in essence, a need to emerge from this better and stronger. We're not going to be able to do this by caving into the will of these evildoers. But they have the ability to dump this on our heads. Yeah, whatever it is. Now, if indeed they are using this technology of weather modification to implant viruses in the air, airborne viruses, you can only imagine its effect across the entire ecosystem. You can imagine what it would do. This biodiversity plan has already been worked out. It was developed in the 1980s. They planned on the outcome of a pandemic as early as the early 1980s. They've been developing this concept. This is not condensation. These are all heavy metals and chemicals, and they might even be viruses. So taking my extended conspiracy theory, my unified conspiracy theory to heart, if there's a will and a way, anything's possible. So don't put it past them. They may be dropping it on every area and seeing what's going to happen, because we haven't bothered to take a look at what that is as a nation. You condensation people who linger in this belief that, oh no, that's just condensation from the back of a jet, you're so out of it. I constructed a website called chemtrailparty.com, and it's designed to give you all the information you need. So feel free to go ahead and grab that chemtrailparty.com site and look at the link button and educate yourself. Yeah, the vaccine itself is loaded with crap. We've talked about that. They haven't ever been transparent about it. The fact is, our government does very little to explain anything to us. And when we ask them questions, they'd rather call us conspiracy whack jobs than address the real issues facing a lot of us. I'm sorry, you just don't fit in. Yeah, Educate Yourself has a whole series of information about what the New World Order is all about and all the tools at their disposal. So I'm anti-New World Order for a reason. But yeah, population control, New World Order style, this tells you a lot of information. Definitely. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and post that right now in my link library, if I can. Let's see if I can do it. No, I've got to log in there. I'll have to do that later. Yeah, somehow they knocked me out of my own library. I'm not sure how that happened. Well, what's happening is this is some sort of a culling of the population based on the mutagenicity and the death rate of this disease. All right. Okay, we got a couple of tag team over there at iBlog that's playing back and forth with their assets. Yeah, you keep talking about useless eaters, and yeah, I know. You're speaking the language of the elitists, that's for sure. But many of us have heard this before. We know we are in Beijing, really? Okay. Folks, in 8 days of 24-hour shifts, the Chinese built a fully functioning 1,000 flu. Yeah, no question about it, but nobody's using it. Oh, I know you are. You have to laugh at them. It is laughable. Yes, we have looked up the Jason Society. Let the good times roll. Yes, it's a group of elite scientists who advise the United States government on matters of science and technology. They've been intimately involved in the development of our technology here in America. Cyber warfare is discussed. Yes. It's not the older scientists, the newer scientists at MIT and... Yes. It was established in 1960 and is somewhere between 30 and 60 members that gained public notoriety as the source of the Vietnam War, McNamara's line, electronic barrier. Most of its research is military in nature. Yeah. And why is it we have to worry about the Jason Society? Yes, you missed Larry. We're in the after show right now. It's no big deal. I just had to extend the show a little bit. We've got a lot of good videos for you tonight. Yep. Okay. This is a really cool site. I would recommend you guys follow this guy. He's got a lot of great chemical videos dedicated to chemtrails. He came in our room the other night. Jackoff Bandit says, David, I have reason to believe with my knowledge of bioweapons and epidemics, pandemics, and pan-galactic gargle blasters, I'll be taken away soon. And what do you know about gargle blasters, really? Yeah. But they do. And I want you to check that YouTube link and look at all the chemtrails that are flying over this guy's head. These are all chemicals being used to seed the clouds. And if you listen to this man's testimony, you'll listen to a little bit of, he's actually an expert on how they use the chemicals to manipulate the weather.
Into geographic targets, into our agricultural areas. The technology uses electromagnetics, so we're not interfering with the atmosphere or with the environment. We're not damaging it. We're not using chemicals fired through rockets like other technologies use. We use a very gentle but powerful technology launching electromagnetics into the atmosphere to modify the flow of the weather system over the ocean and drawing it into a target. So,
Maryland taxpayers about to be seen.
Okay, we have more than enough evidence tonight in our late show. Hang in there, watch the show. Some of you are getting kicked out of the room because you're brain dead. You have to have a minimum of 100 IQ here to talk, so Hollywood has been telling us for years this major fear and trauma-based psyops, and now they're playing it out right in front of us. Thank you. All right. Yeah, I'm just going to pursue with this discussion a little bit later. And I have been spending time in the evenings in the Corona room over online. So what I sometimes do in the middle of the show is bring the Corona room into the show, and we get to look at all the different problems facing the world, and I show you the notepad of everybody chatting. And it was incredible because last night I pulled up all this information. Very frightened people out there. Very frightened. The world itself seems to be really taking this seriously, and I don't think we should take it lightly. So I urge everybody to do everything we could individually to just keep your distance from others.
Okay.
And that will make a big difference right there. Actor Tom Hanks and his wife test positive for the coronavirus? Yes. Rita Wilson made a playlist for everyone self-isolating so she could have people listen to her music. That's so weird and bizarre. Okay, so we're pretty much done there, and the top story tonight is Trump tests negative for the coronavirus. So many people in China, I was reading on one line, said, "Oh, so Mr. Trump has the cure. How come he's pressed the flesh? He's actually touched 14 people he shook hands with yesterday, yet he doesn't have the coronavirus, and he was around all these people with it." So now the word is that maybe he has the vaccine, or he has the cure. Yeah. It's like, you read that and shatter. It's not unusual. So we'll be doing some of that tonight. This is a very dramatic incident right here of the Serbian president choking during his speech where he's delivering a message on the coronavirus in Serbia. Let's take a look at this. So Inferno was Tom Hanks about a virus wiping out the world. Wow. Interesting.
Vidjeli savete koje Savez za Srbiju daje kako država treba da se ponaša u ovim trenucima. Krive vas i za koronavirus, ali to su isti oni ljudi o kojima ste možda malo prije vi govorili, koji su ćutali pre nekoliko godina, 2009 i 2010.
He kept coughing throughout the whole thing. He couldn't control it. And apparently that's the number one symptom, is this constant uncontrollable cough and 103 fever. Right, the Jason Society built the secret underground cities for the elite. Yeah, we know that. Thank you. You have to go to the bathroom because you've been drinking all night long. So isn't that weird? That's pretty intense. This came in the show last night. Apparently, it's the worst photo op in the history of political photo ops. But everyone talks about Joe Biden having dementia and all this. Yeah, this really did happen. And it was Joe Biden was out visiting a children's bookstore, and it was out there going to buy some gifts for some people. He caught buying books, and the internet's kind of lighting up about this because on the table is exercises for brain exercises for dementia, and watch him. It's so sad that this is a bad photo op for him, but
I got my
that's a real picture. I mean, he really was there. He was shopping for kids, I guess, as gifts, and they put him right next to that sign. Who gave you the video of the Croatian coughing his lungs out? I don't know. I will give you the video if you want to look at it. It is sad. Very sad. My goodness. Here's the video of the guy coughing. Serbian coughs. He couldn't stop coughing. There you go. Two people at your job tested positive for COVID? Wow. Well, I guess he's despised by his people, but maybe he'll gain some help if they feel sorry for him, maybe they'll win him some, support. Yeah, we heard about the danger of this virus. It could lead to reduced lung function. Yeah, so there's a lot of big reasons to be fearful, and that's probably why markets are reeling. I don't think that the markets will settle down anytime soon. I think it'll be till April that we really start to see some settling. We'll also know by April if this is more than just a problem that's a nightmare. Right now it's a problem. Hey, what's going on, man? Thanks. You don't need rest now? You get some sleep, that'll help you. Yeah, that's severe, yeah. It could damage your lungs long term, guess 106. The genie is not going back in the bottle right away, that's for sure. There is a possibility that it could die out. But if it keeps mutating within the lungs of people or in the bodies of people, then... Yeah, I heard about Andrew Yang being forced to endorse Biden. Oh. So Andrew Yang is pretty much admitting that the Democrats forced him to vote for Biden. Look at this. Thanks, misanthropy. Our government and healthcare systems are both embarrassments for developing country, as we are now finding out the hard way. And then Wolf Bear wrote, "That's why I voted for Bernie Sanders. I wish he endorsed him." And Andrew Yang wrote, "You're not alone." So he didn't even have the ability to declare his own views. He basically just caved in to the power. I was a Biden supporter back in 2007. I'm not now, because I believe that there's some serious problems with his delivery. It indicates that he may be suffering from some sort of a mental problem of some sort. But he has had brain surgery, so I'm not going to make fun of him. I don't know what Andrew Yang is, but he's $4 million richer because of the donations that came into him. So that's probably helping with his depression. But I can't play this Looney Tunes video.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by you know the thing.
All men and women are created by the the thing. Being an admitted former Democrat only means that I believed in the core values of the Democratic Party. That's nothing to laugh at. Joe Biden also represents those values. That's why he's beating Bernie Sanders. It's no-brainer. I predicted what was going to happen in American politics since I started this in 2008, and I have not been wrong one time. I didn't predict that Donald Trump would win the election simply because I didn't factor in the Russian involvement and how they rigged the election for Donald Trump. I never predicted Hillary would win necessarily. I was even Steven on both of them. Yeah, there was a video of Biden telling people to vote for Trump. But I got to tell you, in Biden's defense, you've been a Democrat, you've never been a Democrat, that's fine. In Biden's defense, he's the demented guy that you like, laughable. He goes along with the joke. He hasn't buckled under the pressure. Anyone could claim this guy's the biggest perv on earth from the photographs we have, but we don't have any proof he's a pedophile. No proof at all. So right now, Biden's still riding on that charm. And he's done a very good job with that charm. I consider Biden far more of an emotional player than Bernie or other candidates, even Trump. Biden can grab your emotions simply by you feel sorry for the guy to start with. I feel less sorry for Donald Trump than I do for Joe Biden. I have a certain sympathy for the guy. And there's a certain older patriarchal charm he offers. He's definitely leading the Democratic nomination simply because he has all these features I'm telling you. Oh, I touched my face. I'm sorry. Okay. I don't know. I can tell you that Trump has just as many faux pas that he conducts with his brain daily. United States of America. I mean, you know, he's got a lot of things that Trump has done that are gaffes that we can work with. Both of them are equally perverted in their behavior. Whether it's good old Joe, the grandparent kind of guy, which is how he comes off to some people. To others, like the Secret Service, they said, I don't want to bring my wife around him. He'll grab their body. So there's a lot of that going on. But then there's Donald Trump and grab them by the beep. And then his thing with women is that he wanted to dominate them. And then all these allegations of rape. I mean, how many rape allegations did Trump have? Biden's never had one woman step up and say, you know, that he raped them. Trump has had 3 or 4 allegations of rape. Then there's the fact that Trump won't admit that he's been womanizing, committing adultery. He's an unrepentant adulterer. Joe Biden can grab the Catholic votes and the Christian votes. And ironically, the Jewish votes. Because he seems to be more Zionistic than Trump. So Biden's got a lot of winning factors going for him, especially if he has the full force of the Democratic Party behind him. If Bernie tries to pull the rug out from under him, all those votes are lost. I'd gladly pick up those votes. If you guys want a third party that's a little bit liberal in some ways, like legalization of marijuana, which Joe won't do, then come on in. If you guys want a minimum or $500 a month minimum universal basic income, come on in. We've got that, everything that Andrew Yang took my idea and doubled it with. Nothing wrong with promoting my idea. I mean, I'm glad that he mentioned a university, but he doubled the amount, and that's just not tenable. We cannot do that financially, especially in these tough times. All right. Yeah, grab them, grab them. Well, I don't support the Zionistic mindset. I've openly been against Zionism since we discovered that it now extends beyond Israel. But do I acknowledge the state of Israel? Yes, I do. And do I acknowledge their strength and in the region? Absolutely. Do I want to remain allied as a nation with Israel? Yes. But do I want to address some of the concerns that Bernie Sanders has about the treatment of the Palestinian people? Absolutely. We've got to make contingencies with our relationship with Israel so that we can work toward bettering the people who are suffering under this apartheid regime. Because Israel really is the last apartheid regime in the world. And we have to begin to resolve that problem. But there's no way we can do it by attacking Zionists either. And that's like taking sides. That Hitler did that. Hitler decided to join the Zionist groups. But then he turned on the Jewish people themselves, which was horrible, what he did. Hitler was a Zionist like Biden and Trump, ironically. He wanted a state of Palestine for the Jewish people, but it wasn't until he talked to the Mufta, the Haj Amini Husseini, who actually told him that they wanted to burn the Jewish people. And then Hitler didn't know what to do with these people, so he killed them. All these atrocities happened, and I'm not the one who's espousing this. Netanyahu is. So I'm merely parroting what he said. What's going on after the show? Okay, we'll do what's going on in Larry in just a few minutes. Well, we don't have any numbers. If we're not testing, we don't really have numbers. So when we get the numbers in from the testing, because Pence and Trump are so slow in getting the testing out, then we'll get to the reality of where we're at. David, you close to Seattle, one of those no good grunge rockers spreading the Wuhan? Yeah, there was a video of the director of the Florida CDC saying not to touch your face. Then she licked her finger and turned the page of her speech. I saw that, yeah. All right. Yeah, I just gave everybody the track to check the viruses across the nation. Thank you. All right. I did date a black woman one time, yeah. I'm not prejudiced. I don't have any racial barriers. I'm not here to criticize the Vatican at this point. We've got to solve our problems in America. Every country has to solve their own problems. This is why I support the nation-state model. We have a solid duty to all of our nations to do what we do best. America can't tell the Vatican what to do, and the Vatican can't tell America what to do. No, I was going to say one night, but good night is better. It's just so fun talking about Joe Biden, though.
And I have a simple proposition here. I'm here to ask you for your help. Where I come from, you don't get far unless you ask. My name's Joe Biden. I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
Problem is, Joe, you're running for the United States presidency. Yeah. Big difference. So Joe's got a little problem with his brain, but beyond that, he's had, his own neurologist said that Joe's doing better than he was before his brain surgery. So, hey, he's renewed, he's better, he's back on track. I just think he needs a good rest. I think this upcoming debate with Bernie Sanders is actually good to keep him polished and on track. At first I thought, why even debate Bernie Sanders? But he's not going to pull those votes unless he debates Bernie Sanders. So he's kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. The stores where you live, Time Pilot, they're sold out of products. They say 3 months before they can get it in. Yeah, a lot of people are suffering from a big wipeout. A lot of the stores have been wiped clean. Our government under Trump didn't prepare for this. Thank you for saying that, Pitoro. Appreciate it, man. I've put myself in the epicenter. I've chosen to be at the center of the storm because I want to be your leader. I've always wanted to lead this nation, and I want to work toward getting our country to resolve the problems of our obvious production of food, which has to restore. We've got to get our breadbasket rolling again. We've allowed big business and agribusiness to dominate our policy, and it's not benefiting the farmers. We need to create lots of jobs paying $20 to $25 an hour, or $15 to $25 an hour. And even if the government has to lead the way with our homestead renewal plan and our solar rooftop plan, we've also got ways of training people at the community colleges to get your certification and get a job for as 6 weeks to 6 month plan for free if you qualify. So there's areas where the Democrats fell short. They copied my ideas a lot of times in the debates. Amy Klobuchar was using my double the Pell Grant concept. And somebody asked her where you get your information. She said the internet. None of them have given me any name credit whatsoever. But whenever they talk about where they get their ideas, they say the internet. And it's our show, and it's my idea. So it's very interesting to see how a lot of these stories play out with the Democrats. The Democrats are going to lose this election if they can't galvanize their majority, which means getting those Bernie people online. And Biden is going to have to do something to bring them in. Whether he takes on Elizabeth Warren, which would be a big mistake, or somebody else to carry that line is debatable. If he brings on Pete Buttigieg as his second in charge, that would be a terrible error that would lead people to go to vote for Donald Trump. So there's a lot of things that would be a mistake for Joe Biden right now. But Trump, if he keeps Pence in the lineup, has a solid play and will probably pull 48% of the country's votes, not 52%. That's the problem. Trump and Pence offer nothing new in this time of change when the coronavirus is hitting all of us, not only with fear, but with also our pocketbook. So with no new ideas, Trump and Pence are dead in the water with their political pursuit of the presidency. Biden has great potential to beat Trump in this election, but he's got to play it cool and he's got to relax and fit into the shoes that he was meant to walk in. In the meantime, I still am running against both of them, and I would love to take them both in the media. The thing is, as you know, censorship is reigning supreme on the internet. We can't seem to bridge past certain barriers, but we're hoping to get there. Not sure when that'll happen, though. All right, this is it. I love the political environment. I love sharing ideas, but I got to break myself away from it sometimes. I'm 43 minutes into the after show, so it's been great talking to you. We'll be back on Monday with Conspiracy Monday to talk about all the heavy-duty stuff that's been happening and a reaction to the stock market on Monday and see what goes on there. All right, I'm Mr. Wright signing off. Take care. Have a good evening. Hang in the chat till 1 in the morning with me. I'll be chatting with you as well. Good night.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right to go.